Good morning, everybody. It is 9:05 on Friday, February 12th, 2021, and today is the second part to consider rulemaking proposals from the OCC on Part 27, or a new proposed Part 27 on Part 28, as well as some modifications to a couple other OCD rules. I'm Adrienne Sandoval. I am chair of the Oil Conservation Commission and director of the Oil Conservation Division. Also with me are the two other commissioners. If you could please introduce yourselves for the record.
Good morning, this is Jordan Kessler. I'm the Assistant Commissioner of Mineral Resources for the New Mexico State Ag Office.
Also, good morning, this is Tom Engler, and I'm designated from the Secretary.
Also with us virtually is Felicia Orth, who is designated as a hearing officer for this proceeding. Florrie Davidson, clerk to the commission, and Chris Moander, counsel to the commission. And with that, I think we will just dive right in. All right. So yesterday we concluded the majority of 27.8 Part C and almost completed 27.8 Part D, except for addressing the new proposed Part H. So it would be 28.8 D 4H as proposed by NMOGA. Just a question, can you guys hear that horrible buzzing in the background? Or no, it's not coming through to you guys?
I don't hear buzzing.
Okay, great. That's just a joy for us to deal with then. All right, well, let's pick up in 27 Part 0.8, oh my gosh, D 4H as proposed by NMOGA. So originally their proposal was to exempt fugitive emissions components such as valves, fans, or connectors from the prohibition on venting and flaring. Well, these components don't flare, but from venting. I think there was quite a bit of testimony that actually could create a pretty large loophole within the rule, and so it appears that they have come back with updated proposal.
Madam Chair, I apologize for interrupting. Can you give me the sharing privileges so I can get the rule up for everyone to look at, please?
Yes, sorry. You should be getting it now. Great. If you could just make it a smidge bigger again.
Does that work?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. I keep hitting the space bar and I'm not in the application, so I'm like messing up my formatting. But all right, good.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to really quickly pull up some of the testimony. Mr. Reinerman talked about this. I think he was predominantly the one. Mr. Smitherman talked about it a little bit. And the questions, I think for me, let's see, Mr. Reinerman, I believe was on day 6. I think, but before I even go to the transcript, or as I'm pulling up the transcript, I think ultimately the issue that they mentioned was valves as part of normal operation can have like a low level amount of leakage, I guess you could term it. There are levels within environmental regulations. I think the proposal from NMED is a leak above 500 ppm. Would it be considered a leak? And I believe that comports with Quad OA from EPA rules. But there was a line of questioning from myself to Mr. Reinerman if it would be prudent and should be reasonable if operators should install low emission valves instead of traditional, valves as they move forward in operations. And I believe he said yes. So I kind of, with that, I almost see this somewhat in the piece, I guess, somewhat in the same context of our pneumatics conversations. Like, going forward, if you should install, going forward, if you can install low emissions valves, that's probably what you should be doing. And it might be waste if you don't. Now, for all of the valves, flanges, connectors, blah, 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 that are already out there, there's a difference. But what we have to figure out is what the normal operation of those is, as opposed to a leaking component, which is in my mind waste. I think the argument was it's not waste, but the way I see it is very similar to a thief hatch, in the sense that if that component was not leaking, that gas would still be in the pipeline and within the system. It is unnecessary and excessive for it to be leaking out of the pipeline because, or, out of the flange, connector, or valve, whatever, because there is a leak, because like of some sort of maintenance issue. I'm not implying that it is negligence if a valve is leaking. I think, unfortunately, it is part of normal operations. It can be a part of normal operations, but if that's not fixed.
Director, I would just interrupt to say that this language, normal unintentional leaks that are not the result of inadequate equipment design or maintenance. So I don't know what an example of an unintentional leak that's not due to inadequate design or maintenance would be.
Kessler, speak up, please.
I don't know what, I was asking the director if she knew, or Dr. Engler, if you know what a normal unintentional leak would be that's not the result of an inadequate design or maintenance issue.
I think it could be almost every leak. I don't think that operations, one, if you have a leak out of a flange or a connector or valve, I don't think, one, you ever intend for it to leak. So it's never, in my mind, intentional. I can't imagine a world where any operator would say, yeah, I want it to leak out of here. Two, I don't think that, so normal unintentional leaks that are not the result of inadequate design or maintenance. I mean, a facility could be designed perfectly adequate and up to all engineering standards, and you can still have connectors or something that are going to leak. And maybe it was faulty from the get-go. Maybe it's because there's too much vibration. Maybe there are a lot of different pieces, But I actually think that just about each and every sort of leak out of the system could be classified as an unintentional leak that was not due to inadequate equipment design or maintenance, which then in my mind means that any leaking component you have out there is now exempted. And I think that does not comport with sort of the definition of surface waste, because again, if that component were adequately, or if that component were not leaking, then that gas would still be within the kind of system, the process flow. And it could be moving along to the sales line, depending on where that component is. I think we could get it could be really tough if we wanted to say, well, if this component is on X, Y, and Z, then it's not. I think like with tanks, we have to decide one thing.
So in that sense, it would be excessive under the definition of waste, because it would otherwise, if not for the fact that it was leaking, it would be part of it would be captured.
Yes. In my mind, yes, absolutely. And Mr. Reinerman said as such during the testimony.
Okay.
And so there's the piece of me that very much understands what they're trying to capture here. But this language absolutely does not do it for me, and nor did the previous language. And I am not sure what that language should look like. And I also wonder if we need to put in the parking lot a performance standard about, as you're equipping new sites, like using whatever the best available design standard or whatever for your connections.
I would support a performance standard related to that. I mean, I can understand the intention behind this NMOGA proposal. I agree with you that it seems like it could become kind of a gaping hole, and I'm wondering if there's just a tighter way to do it, but perhaps not.
I wonder if it would be something like normal. I guess if we could tie it to some sort of manufacturer specification. I mean, because in general there should be some sort of spec on that, but we didn't really get any testimony on that.
Right.
I think in particular, we did get testimony on low E valves and things like that, I think in terms of the performance standard side of things. But I don't know. Dr. Engler, do you have any thoughts?
I would like, could you repeat what is NMOGA's proposal?
They want it to say normal, unintentional leaks that are not the result of inadequate equipment design or maintenance. And then in the explanation, it says NMOGA proposes this language to replace fugitive emissions components such as valves, flanges, or connectors.
So if it's a leak and it's not due to design or normal operation, does that be categorized as a malfunction?
Say that again?
If it's not as a result of the design and normal operation, then would that be classified as a malfunction?
It could. I see where you're going. So if a valve is leaking or a flange or whatever, because of whatever reason, I don't think it's ever intentional, then that could fall under the malfunction.
Because this is definition, and then
This is not.
no, it's not. This is under
This is not.
yeah. So at some point, if you're going to put this as this is under
Well, we'd have to
burning
also.
and flaring during production operations, so if it's here, it needs to then to also follow through as to how do we handle it in reporting and if it's waste.
So, but if you go back and look at the malfunction definition, I am not sure it would fall under malfunction, to be honest. Malfunction means a sudden, unavoidable failure or breakdown of equipment beyond reasonable control of the operator that substantially disrupts operations, but does not include a failure or breakdown that is caused entirely or in part by poor maintenance, careless operations, or other preventable equipment failure or breakdown. I would think it would fit in there if there was not the term that substantially disrupts operations. A leaking component very well may go unnoticed and not substantially disrupt operations.
So would it be under routine repair and maintenance?
Is that one of the reporting categories?
Yes. Yes. 2C
2C, where?
and under G2C.
I feel like there would have to be some clarification in there. Right, we would have to add some sort of language in there, routine repair and maintenance, including blowdowns, depressurizations, and leaking components, leaking fugitive components. But then my concern is there's not a definition for fugitive components. There are in EPA type rules. I feel like this goes down a rabbit hole.
Well, I have no problem with the fugitive emissions request by Minnesota. I think that's reasonable in my mind. I think the part here is then the next step is how do you include it in your lost volume, or do you, or does it get an exception just like pneumatics?
So I agree, but I don't. I agree that their request is reasonable. The way it is written is not. The way it is written is a line that swallows the, I think, entire intent of the rule. It is written to say normal unintentional leaks. It doesn't talk anywhere about fugitive emissions components, just leaks of any place that are not the result of inadequate equipment design or maintenance. That is just about everything. So that language in my mind is atrocious.
Well, what do you propose to tighten it up?
That's what I can't figure out. I am not opposed to, I understand their request. Their first stab at it was not good. The second stab is even worse. And so we're left to try to figure out, pick up the pieces of their failures here.
Well, we have a definition of fugitive emissions and the fugitive emission components in how their former language reads. So fugitive emission components such as valves, flanges, or connectors.
I mean, could we just say normal operations of fugitive emissions components as specified by the manufacturer?
That makes sense to me, yeah.
What do we have for support for many manufacturer specifications in the record? Because those are very specific, and I want to make sure that we know what's in the record concerning that. I don't recall anything.
I think Mr. Reineman talked about something, but I'd have to pull that up. Was it, let's see, what day? 6?
Is that January 7th?
I think it was the 6th. I'm sorry, not January 6th. It was the 6th today. It was like the 11th.
Oh, okay.
We talk about flare manufacturers. We talk about manufacturers in terms of rotating equipment.
So if we allow normal operations of dehy and amine, normal operations of compressors, and we don't put in there about specs or manufacturer specs, then for these fugitive emissions, we could say normal operations of valve flanges, but why do we want to put that spec in there when we don't for the others?
I think it's a good point, Dr. Engler. I think we're looking for ways to cover the director's concerns about loopholes in this rule. And so we're looking for ways that we can tighten that language so that it's not just any time a flange leaks for whatever reason.
Well, I agree, but you have the same problem with all the other components up there too. We're not sitting there saying by spec there. I think the wording is we're trying to define, normal operations of, in this case, what valves, flanges, and so on, connectors.
I could be okay with that. I would actually, though, prefer, I'm thinking, looking back at their original language, I have a concern that if we say normal operations of fugitive emissions components such as valves, flanges, connectors, that's not, again, we don't have a definition for fugitive emissions components. So can we not just say normal operations of valves, flanges, and connectors? I'm afraid that it's not an all-inclusive list, and later on operators are going to go, oh, well, this is a fugitive emission component, because if you look at EPA's definition, I think a thief hatch is a fugitive emission component as in EPA's definition. It's like a laundry list of 30 items. I don't want that to get brought into this rule. I think it complicates things.
If we don't have a definition of fugitive emission components, then perhaps we should leave it at valves, flanges, or connectors, which is, if nothing else, a good start. If the rule needs to be changed down the road, then that's something that, a year or 2 years from now, if the division finds appropriate that there be additional types of equipment listed in this, or wants to expand or contract this definition, that would be an option. But if we just have valves, flanges, or connectors, I think that is a reasonable, based on the testimony, it's a reasonable subset or start, if not comprehensive, to the types of concerns that MOGA raises through this definition or through this exception.
And I tend to agree with Commissioner Kessler's approach on this and how she's reading the such as valves, flanges, or connectors language. It gives at least some categories, even if it's not an exhaustive list. That's useful for interpretation purposes.
So your proposed language would be just normal operations of valves, flanges, and connectors? I agree.
Dr. Engler, what do you think about that?
Very good.
Could I get a repeat of that language again, quick? I apologize.
Should say normal operations of valves, flanges, and connectors.
It should be components such as. Would you want that such as in there?
No, I don't.
Mr. Molinder, doesn't that, what does such as mean to you?
So using language like such as would, what that does is that indicates that any item that would fall under this particular provision is similar to, related to, akin to these categories. So it would present a limitation to how expansive the language can be, but it also gives some categories. So the such as language seems reasonable here because if that language isn't in there, then it's specifically going to be just valves, flanges, and connectors.
I think that's what the director wants, though.
Oh, just put.
Yeah, I don't think that, I'm trying to look through the transcript, and I don't see them talking about really any other things other than those valves, flanges, and connectors. And if they wanted to include that, I think it should have been in testimony.
And that is also a reasonable interpretation. Madam Chair, it sounds like you want to avoid.
I want to avoid like the open-endedness.
Okay, so you want to curb the flexibility and be more precise here. And if that's the case, then such as or including would not be appropriate to achieve that end.
Yeah, so I think the language that the director had proposed, the normal operations of valves, flanges, or connectors, and I would add that are not the result of inadequate equipment design or maintenance.
I'm fine with that.
Because that's kind of extra sidebar.
Dr. Engler?
It's good.
I just want to bring this up to, I'm looking at the transcript. So there are two places, it looks like, there are places that there are disagreements within the transcript on whether or not a leaking component would be surface waste. So under my questioning, Mr. Reinerman said, yes, that seems like it should, if the valve is not leaking, it would still be in the process and therefore is kind of the surface waste. And then Mr. Felderwerk leads him down, I think, another path, and there's some disagreement, but I actually disagree with that. Again, here, let me read one pieces to you. Hold on. I just want to make sure for the record we're all on the same page here. All right, so Mr. Felderwerk just reminds him what the definition of surface waste is, to keep his engineering hat on. Who was talking about, let's see, trying to do this without reading you 6 pages of testimony here. So Mr. Felderwerk says Ms. Sandoval was discussing about fugitive losses occurring, and she said in the process. He asked Mr. Reiner, does he remember that? He says yes. Now, does part of the process, when you say in the process, are you talking about from the wellhead to the sales point? And he said, when I thought of process, I was thinking about like a dehydration unit, or I think it says ambient, but I think it means amine. Not necessarily the process of moving gas from our meter to where it exits our system. I wasn't thinking that broadly. Mr. Felderwerk goes, okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. When you look at the process of moving the gas from a wellhead to the sales point, does that process, Mr. Reineman, does that process include unavoidable losses? He says yes. Talks about pieces of the midstream, unavoidable losses, repair and maintenance, normal operation of pneumatic controllers. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. I'm trying to get to the. Okay. And when you look at low pressure emissions from flanges, valves, connectors, which was the subject of your discussion of Miss Sandoval, which again, I think aligns with, there was no real other discussion other than flanges, valves, and connectors. So we don't have anything on the transcript to go outside of that. With your discussion, okay, he wants it rephrased. When you look at normal operations of flanges, valves, connectors, what you in NMOGA call fugitive emissions, are those circumstances unavoidable low pressure emissions? He says yes. Are they recognized, for example, by other agencies as unavoidable low pressure emissions? He says yes. And when you look at the legal definition of surface waste and apply your engineering expertise to those types of emissions, to that definition, do those types of low pressure emissions constitute surface waste? Mr. Reinerman says, I do not believe so, because first of all, the phrase unnecessary, and they're not unnecessary, but basically it's part of the flange or the valve, especially valves, that potentially leak. So it's not necessarily unnecessary, but it's accepted, and it is not considered to be excessive if that is less than the prescribed leak rate. And so I would have a hard time calling it excessive surface loss because it's accepted by NMED or EPA under different programs. I just wanted to make sure that we all sort of had that testimony in our mind, but I still, from my perspective, if we're allowing, so I think what we're doing right now is very similar to what we did with pneumatics. We are allowing the normal operations of these fugitive emissions components, which recognize that there may be a low level of some sort of venting out of these as part of normal operations. But if they are leaking above and beyond that normal operational level, then that is waste. And I think that's the point of clarity here, and that aligns with what we did for pneumatics.
That I think is a helpful clarification. This rule, this new section that we've created is not intended to allow leaking beyond, as you said, normal operations, and I think that's what the testimony bears up. If something is leaking out of a connector in excess of what would be considered normal operations, that is not captured by this rule, should be separately reported and should be, and is waste. So let's make sure that there's no confusion about that. I think that this language captures that. And so I would support it, but yes, I agree. I mean, if there's a real problem and something is just, venting gas and it's outside of normal operations, that would be an exception that is in no way intended to be permitted by this.
I agree. Dr. Engler?
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay. All right, we're in section E. How exciting. All right, so this is performance standards, and we have 3 things in the parking lot for performance standards. So do we want to go through the proposed changes right now as they are from the parties and then try to add that stuff back in? Or do we want to review that up front and then go from there? I would almost advocate to review what has been proposed by the parties first and see how that lines out, and then potentially make the additions.
Sounds good.
That sounds fine with me. Just a note that I think initially we had talked about changing the title of section E from performance standards for separation, storage, and flare equipment, changing it to just say performance standards. So if there are things that we discuss eventually that are outside those 3 categories, that'll be why.
I agree with that change. I think that will, assuming we make some other changes, I think that will align the title with what this is intended to do. Okay. All right, No changes by Namoga. Sorry, I gotta get to the right page on climate advocates.
No
There's,
changes.
okay, great.
I agree with the division's proposed changes to this section. I think it clarifies. I'm looking at one. I think that this clarifies what they're asking for and reflects the correctly stated jurisdiction of the OCD.
I agree, it's clean. It cleans up that language.
Yes. I agree.
Okay, E2, no changes by climate advocates, no changes by Namoga.
Yes, that looks good to me.
Hold on, sorry. I guess my only question here, and I can't remember if this was in testimony, maybe Mr. Bolander talked about it, but I don't understand why it's just tanks that are routed to a flare control device. The operator of a permanent storage tank associated with production operations, and it has the caveat that is routed to a flare control device installed after effective date of the rule, shall equip the storage tank with an automatic gauging system that reduces the venting of natural gas. Why only for tanks? Why? With flares.
Madam Chair, this is Felicia.
Yes.
Mr. Bolander testified that although Namoga had argued that the standard, which requires new tanks to be equipped with automatic gauging systems, was not needed because storage tank venting is not waste, but they're feasible for new tanks. So storage tank venting can be controlled. So venting from tanks without such gauging constitutes waste. So the rule provides that manual gauging on existing tanks is not waste. That's where the division was coming from.
But I guess I don't understand why the distinguishing, and maybe this is sort of what we've talked about already. Why are we distinguishing controlled versus uncontrolled tanks when in other parts of the rule we've sort of decided it's just tanks? I recall that testimony, but I don't recall, did he say anything as to why it was just tanks with flares? I'm trying to look it up. Or do any of the other commissioners have any thoughts on this?
I don't, other than if the OCD did it intentionally. Without them here to explain it, I hesitate to take it out because it seems like it was done for a specific purpose, but I don't want to unintentionally take language out that messes up a different portion of the rule. Ms. Orth, can you tell me what day of testimony you were looking at?
I believe it was part of Mr. Bolander's rebuttal, so It would have been toward the end. I'll continue looking for it.
Yeah, it would have been the last day. And I thought I asked a specific question about this, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I did in my mind.
From a consistency standpoint, it looked like we removed the routed to a flare control device in D4, D4E. So that was discussed quite a bit yesterday, and while I don't profess to know the technical side of this case as well as I'd like, this does appear again in the rule, this particular phrase down here in, let's see, G2J for the reporting.
Well, and I think in the reporting, we were gonna make it just tanks in general, and that was like the broader conversation.
Right. So in this instance, for consistency, I mean, this may not, the language we're talking about here in E2, if it's going to be removed elsewhere, perhaps it needs to be removed here, but I want to make sure we've got a basis for that, this particular removal.
I found a spot in here where Mr. Bolander agrees that flaring from quote controlled tanks should be included as waste in that last day. I'm not.
So that's like page 182 thereabouts.
That was a little earlier. I'm on 168, so I haven't gotten there, but it was earlier that I saw that piece. What page were you looking at, Ms. Warren?
I'm on 182 at the moment, and I think there's some discussion there as well.
Okay, let me jump to that page. Oh, here, okay. This may be it, hold on. So this is talking about the auto gauging on 181. Mr. Bolander says it doesn't preclude you from opening the tank if need be. And then I think it says rise in the testimony, but I think that means it was supposed to be routed to a flare control device. Why is it just tanks that are routed to a flare control device? Is that the only way it works? He said, Mr. Bolander's response specifically on this is no, we were looking at it in terms of opening thief hatches. You know, that tanks that were routed to a device had more emissions that they were releasing. Tanks that are not, that are basically operated under a couple ounces of pressure, and pressure that is released through simple Nardo type valves, basically through his research, saw very little difference of what was released through a vent versus a gauging exercise. So based on that, you're still going to have the same emissions. So that's why we felt like the best bang for your buck for installing the auto gauger would be to prevent losses on tanks that we knew had excess flashing going on. Okay, so I think what he's basically saying is the ones that are not routed to a control device, just it's almost like neutral, or you know, it doesn't really make a huge difference in terms of the waste.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'm comfortable then leaving that language in.
And should we consider putting it back in where we had taken it out before?
I don't think so, because that's a different.
Okay. Okay.
No, because we were talking about thief hatches. I mean, regardless of if that venting is coming out of the Nardo valve or the thief hatch, it's still not good practice to have those thief hatches open.
Okay, let's move forward.
Okay. All right.
So just to be clear, so E2
Good. As
was
is.
good? Okay.
As is proposed by the division. E3. Okay, Namoga has a proposed change, just noting that. They want to say, instead of maximize flare combustion efficiency, they want to say ensure proper flare combustion efficiency. I don't know, I guess, and there was testimony on this by Ms. Iannuzzi. I am fine with the change to ensure proper combustion efficiency. I'm fine with that. I mean, I don't necessarily 100% agree that maximum flare combustion efficiency, if I were to hear that language, means 100%. But I can see the concern.
Yeah, I found Ms. Iannuzzi's testimony on that issue compelling, so I would be fine with that change.
Dr. Engler?
OCD in its rebuttal states a couple of points on that. One is that, you know, they're not implying 100% destruction efficiency. They're also stating that they feel like the word proper is not a readily ascertainable technical meaning and would allow substandard performance. So that's why they prefer, or that's why to maximum flare combustion efficiency from OCD was in their testimony, they felt better defined. Not sure proper.
I mean, we're using proper in other places in the language. Like, even in that, literally in this same statement, it's referring to a properly sized flare. That seems a little,
I'm good with either one, but I'm just saying that that's, the OCD rationale is well defined in the rebuttal. But, you know, whether you want to use proper, I'm fine, or maximum efficiency, I'm fine.
I mean, if I'm reading the maximum flare combustion efficiency, I'm more thinking, you know, if we're talking a thermal oxidizer, maybe that's 99.5. If we're talking about a normal flare, maybe we're at 95, maybe we're at 98. I guess my mind never goes to 100, but I guess I could see the concern that my mind is not the only one reading this rule. And so I'm fine with the changes from NMOGA to say ensure proper, because we are using proper in other places in the language.
Perfect. I think that's good. I think we should keep rolling.
Chris,
Yes, so.
it should read, the operator shall combust natural gas in the flare stack that is properly sized and designed to ensure proper combustion efficiency.
So it's properly sized, so, you know, so it can be properly combust.
Yes, I think it fits.
Same adjective points. Okay.
Okay. It's basically, if you want to write on here, however you want to annotate it, it's basically exactly how NMOGA proposes it. Okay, so there's 3A, B, and C. A, there are no proposed changes from any parties. B, there are proposed changes by NMOGA.
Are we gonna change the timing of these or just leave them?
I think that's where we are right now. I actually felt that the testimony on this aspect from Ms. Iannuzzi was not compelling. Basically, they didn't know how many were supposed to be retrofitted. They didn't have any information from manufacturers. They couldn't actually provide, I think I asked a very specific question. So if you don't know what the manufacturer availability is, and you don't know how many need to be retrofitted, how do you know you need more time? And there was no adequate response. And so I think the division's proposal of 18 months makes sense. I will note that climate advocates want it to be 6 months. I think that is, I think we did hear enough testimony, enough to know that it's probably not feasible in 6 months. So I think 18 months is appropriate, as is proposed by the division.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will also state that there was no evidence to support the 6 months, that equipment was really available also. So there's no good evidence for the lengthening or the shortening. Hence, I believe OCD's got a good number.
And I'm good with the may have malfunctioned change. We heard testimony on that.
In the division's proposal?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think the division spoke about it.
It's in the divisions.
Yes, the division in 3B.
Yeah.
Okay. 3C. This was the change where we got rid of the oil pieces, which was discussed during testimony, which I agree with, because we're looking, this is a gas rule. I agree with the addition of facility. I think that's really important. because it could be something like a central tank battery. NMOGA had no changes, but Climate Advocates proposes that they have to retrofit their flares within a 12-month time frame, whereas the division has it, if you replace it, then you have to make sure you have it with an auto igniter. We did hear quite a bit of testimony on the cost of these things. I can't remember the exact number, but it was not insignificant. And I would be concerned about that requirement on a stripper well, making it an absolute. I think it should be left as is in the division's proposal. In 3C.
Any other commissioner comment on that?
No, I agree. And I was reading the rebuttal from OCD, and I think it's quite clear that, again, the evidence from what they were stating, that that they would be within their guidelines, tolerable to allow, again, a timing such that when it happens, then it has to change. So I'm good with OCD.
And I think that sort of ties into the conversation yesterday we had holistically about stripper wells.
Yes, I agree with what's been stated.
Okay, so except as is division language. Four. I am good with 4. No changes from other parties.
That's good.
Yes, I like that the division has some authority to review here, so I'm good with that.
5, there is nothing in 5 itself. Oh, no, I'm sorry. There is a proposed change. All right, this is ABO. The NMOGA is proposing to say for equipment that is not subject to ABO inspection by Environment Department or other state, federal, or tribal agency, the operator shall conduct. Basically, what NMOGA is trying to do is say you don't have to do ABO here if you have to do it somewhere else. And I think the testimony on the division was their intent is that if there is some requirement by the Environment Department, that requirement can be met by performing the ABO for the Environment Department. There's not like a specific form. They don't, not to say they don't care, but like it's non-consequential as to what the format is.
Yeah, I don't think that the rule as drafted is duplicative because the other requirements, they're not conflicting standards, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I think that in some respects, it's going to be easier to have, just in terms of training personnel, I think it's going to be harder to have carve outs for different agencies. And OCD does have jurisdiction to require ABO for the components that are listed. So I would support the division's language for the ABO.
Now, sorry, Dr. Engler, do you?
No, I'm lost on this. Can you explain all that again? So if I have an AVO requirements over a variety of agencies, is that correct?
Yeah, well, not certain, but they're saying if there is another requirement somewhere else, then you shouldn't have to do it here. And what the division said is, if you're doing it somewhere else, the requirements from that other agency will meet the division's needs.
Oh, I like that. Okay. So if they have to do a specific AVO criteria, say for NMED, the division will accept that as valid. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay.
Yes.
So there's not a duplication in or a variety of AVOs because
Right.
division is saying we'll accept these from the other agencies. Right?
Correct. That's what the division said in their testimony. I believe it was Mr. Powell who discussed that. And so because of that, I do not agree with Namoga's addition.
Well, what was Namoga's?
Namoga wants to say explicitly that it says for equipment that is not subject to AVO inspection by the New Mexico Environment Department or other state, federal, or tribal agency. Basically, they're saying, they want to say, you don't have to do this if you're doing it for someone else. But I think that's almost inherent in here is if you're doing it for NMED, you don't have to do something separate for OCD. It all counts.
So they're saying that if it's not under another agency, then we don't want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
For things.
No, they're saying if it's under another agency, then we shouldn't have any requirements from OCD. But what OCD said was, you don't even have to turn these forms in. You just have to have them available upon request. So it's not like every month you have to turn these forms into OCD. It would just be if OCD were to ask you for your AVO documentation.
Yeah, over 5 years.
Yeah, over 5 years. And if you're already doing it for the New Mexico Environment Department, then you just turn over the documentation from them. So I don't think that, I mean, I almost feel like it's already built into this as is. And it's unnecessary to add that additional statement from Namoga.
Well, I like OCD as explained to me by the director, yes.
Okay. Okay, so we agree not to add the Namoga language in 5. Okay, now going on a little bit, I think we need to probably discuss before we go line by line here, but holistically, we heard testimony that it's not the actual AVO, well, that it's the record keeping part that's hard.
Right.
And that operators, that's the prohibitive part. And then we heard testimony too that it's some of the language in this AI, 5AI, visually inspecting externally for cracks, holes, loose connections, blah, blah, laundry list. They said if it was just walk around the site and do, look, see, hear.
I actually agree with that because if I'm an operator, the way that I'm going to comply with this is to set up, instead of just like a checklist for A, B, and O, I'm going to have under A, each of these components broken out to make sure that I've satisfied the division requirement. And so if we intend, depending on the division's intent here, I think that what I heard the division say is that this is not through testimony, is that this is not intended to be onerous AVO. It's intended to cover what operators really are already doing when they go on a site.
And I think the I and 3I, those were fine. It was the concern in I. And I asked, I believe it was Mr. Reinerman, like, if you were limited to doing this exhaustive list once a month, would that make it doable? And he said yes. whereas your other 3 weeks were just sort of walk around. But I almost feel like that maybe makes it makes the language complicated.
I think OCD's decision to add the word externally was appropriate to be able to clarify what they were really looking for. Because there was some discussion about, we'd have to start opening up, looking at things. That was not the intent.
Right.
So, I think that it's visually and it's externally. And I think that were the two key parts to that.
I mean, could we just simplify that entire chunk of language? Visually inspecting externally, or like visually inspect the facility externally.
What about a comprehensive external visual inspection? Because we do want it to be comprehensive. I don't think that there's any debate about that. We want people to be going around and looking at everything. But I think they are. It's just that if they have to satisfy this checklist every time, that's going to get complicated for record keeping, right?
Yeah. And actually, I mean, it's interesting. Namoga's proposal doesn't actually propose any sort of, well, okay, they propose to do it monthly instead of weekly. I think we heard enough testimony that I think weekly is important, particularly because people will be out there. It's the record keeping part. And if we simplify this, then weekly seems reasonable.
Yeah. And there was testimony also from operators. I think it was Mr. Paul
Reiner?
He's on the map. Anyway, from an operator in the Northwest, but this is already happening in Colorado. It's something that they're accustomed to. And really the question is A check, B check, O check. If that's the record keeping, then this isn't terribly onerous, but it does accomplish a good and productive goal.
I like the language you proposed. So basically scratch all of I and just say comprehensive external visual inspection. I like that. Dr. Engler?
I guess my question is, why do you suppose division put all that detail in?
I mean, I feel like the testimony was almost a little bit opposite. They meant for it to be somewhat simplistic, but that doesn't read simplistic to me.
No, it's a list, and they're generating the list to, again, probably create, again, a process where you have a form with everything on it. You just check, check, check. So if you don't have that list, so if you have a comprehensive, what do you say?
External visual inspection.
Then I guess what you're going to have is a description. Are they either going to check so everything's good, or they're going to have to put in there, open hatch or something, right?
If they find something.
If they find something. So I'm guessing, I guess I shouldn't say guessing, I believe that division wanted that list in there as a way of having it there, and then they would look through this list and then check if something was not right. Instead, now you're going to say you're going to have to write it in, identify it, write it, and then check it.
Well,
That's
I
what
don't
you want, that's
actually, I mean, they don't have any, the division didn't specify at all what the record keeping should look like.
Well, I think it's implicit in what they're putting in this rule. That's why they have that list.
I think Dr. Engler has a good point here, because there's a list put into place. If the commission reduces the language, it's going to result in a wide and diverse array of reports, since the reporting framework isn't mandatory. And I think this, implicitly, 5A1 gives some structure to make sure records are going to be, submissions will be consistent and usable.
But at the same time, the division, I could go back and pull up the testimony, specifically said they don't care what the format looks like. And if NMED has some format, that would count for here. If the division, I think, truly wanted some very specific thing in the reporting, they should have developed a comprehensive form, and their testimony does not match. So I see that, Dr. Engler. I guess I'm just.
Well, I'm good with what you're saying, what comprehensive, whatever you said. I was just taking a position of what I think the vision was thinking when they were doing this. If you want to reword it, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with the modification.
I guess, in my mind, making this modification then negates Namoga's proposal to do it monthly, because we're fixing the problem, which was in their testimony, of like sort of the onerous nature of this, where really it's meant to be, if you're out on site, walk around, see, smell, hear. If you see something, fix it. If you smell something, fix it. You hear something.
I would say when you're out on site.
Yes.
On a weekly basis.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So, Chris, that should just read comprehensive external visual inspection. And we're leaving weekly requirement. And I mean, really the only additional changes here. Well, one, I think, I think the changes in the division has in B and C regarding the facility and getting rid of the 10 barrels. I think those are good. That's consistent with what they did above.
Yeah.
And then Namoga proposes in C that the AVO inspection be quarterly for stripper wells. And I do not agree with that change, particularly since we are streamlining the requirement.
And it's basically mandatory that it's whenever they're on the site, but not less than a month, right?
Yeah.
What does it mean, okay, under the C? The operator shall conduct an AVO inspection weekly if it is on site,
Where,
and in no case less than once per calendar month.
Yeah, so the way I read that, Dr. Engler, is if you're on the site, you should conduct an inspection. So if you happen to be there twice a month, you should conduct an inspection. And this makes it such that you can't go like December 31st and January 1st. And I think that's logical.
So does that mean instead of saying if it is on site, so the operator shall conduct an AVO inspection weekly if they are on site or if the operator is on site? It's the it. What's the it?
Yeah, the it refers to the operator, I think.
Well, I think that's bad English. Shouldn't it not say if the operator is on site? The operator should technically if they are on site, if the operator is on site.
I'm fine with that change if that's what you want.
It doesn't refer to anything.
I'm fine with that. That's
fine with me, Dr.
Mr. Molliner, did you hear that?
Sure did, and I agree with Dr. Engler being fickle with the English. So.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that cleans up. We're rejecting Namoga's proposals because we think we have already addressed some of the main concerns in our changes with 5A1. All right. Whew, we're on to F.
No, we're not, because we have these overlying.
Oh, we have all these. You're right. Dang. Okay. All right, in the parking lot, I have 3 performance standard items. 1, best practice requirements for pneumatics. Emergency resolution provision.
I don't
That
remember
was, it was due to the 8 hours for an emergency. It was the discussion of like, you shouldn't wait
Oh.
8 hours if you can resolve it quicker. Like, if you have an emergency, it should be resolved as quick as possible.
as quickly and as safely as possible.
Yes, as quickly and as safely as possible. So, Mr. Moander, if we're adding provisions here, I'm assuming it would just be like, we'd start at 7?
E7.
Yeah, give me, sorry, I was looking for something, but yeah, we can do an E7. So let me get back here. Wait, or up here as it were. My apologies. So let's see. 5, 6. Okay. All right.
I'm gonna let you guys work on the pneumatics language because that's your area of expertise.
Okay. Okay, so the intent here was that understanding that waste can change over time based on technology. If you're particularly building a new facility and you have access to power, the right type, the amount, consistent power, then you should be installing you should be using, no bleed pneumatics, so like instrument air, something like that.
So is your standard such that for any facility or new facility, starting X time, pneumatics, the pneumatics should either be low bleed, air, or electric, whatever you just said.
No bleed.
Whatever you said. I guess my only danger or question is, I know the direction we want them to go to, the operators to go to. I don't know how far is it where we become too prescriptive in what we want to do.
What if we did something more generic?
Yeah.
And this would cover sort of the low bleed valve thing too. What if we just said for facilities constructed after effective date of the rule, facilities should be designed to, what are some of the other terms we use, like maximize? We debated this the other day.
To minimize waste.
Minimize waste.
I think that's a great suggestion because I think that it captures the intent of the rule and obligates operators to continue evolving with best practices as opposed to resting on any individual lower threshold that might be in the rule.
So, Mr. Moinder, it's for facilities constructed after effective date of the rule. Facilities should be designed to minimize waste. Is what we had. And I think that would capture the pneumatic kind of piece and this valve piece.
Yeah.
We'll have to craft an emergency one.
Well, I think the emergency can be very simple too. I think we can say something to the effect of operators have an obligation to minimize waste and should resolve emergencies as quickly and safely as is feasible, as is possible. So,
I think what Commissioner Kessler said, yeah, capture that.
I think I tried to write it down. Operators have an obligation to minimize waste and shall resolve emergencies as quickly as is safely feasible.
That should be a separate one, shouldn't it? It should be 8.
Yeah, that's a whole different, that should be an 8, Mr. Ryder.
As quickly as,
Is safely feasible.
As quickly and as safely feasible.
Does that make sense? I don't know.
yeah, I think that's good.
and just for a point of clarity, I'm subparagraph 7 that was just drafted. I'm not going to, I didn't write down facility should be designed. I'm putting it as shall. Does anyone have a concern about that language?
Wait, is that what you said?
On which one? I think so. I think shall is good.
Okay.
And I just want to, I don't think it needs to be written in the rule, but maybe saying it on record. My intent for number 7 is if a facility is already actively under construction right now and you have ordered your equipment, pipes, valves, all of the above, I don't think the intent is for you now to have to redesign your entire facility, because in my mind, you have already started constructing that facility prior to the effective date of this rule. Now, for facilities constructed after the effective date of this rule, that's when I think this starts. Okay. All right, that was easier than I thought.
Okay, so now we're on to
F.
F. I'm gonna note just at the beginning, it doesn't look like climate advocate has any proposed language for F.
And Namoga is pretty minimal. It's only in number 6. All right.
I agree with the division changes to 1 because as reflected in both F and G, there is going to be both a measurement component or an estimation component. I think this captures it.
I agree.
Yep. So in number 2, I asked Mr. Powell about this. I think we should remove the word vented. I know it's I don't know. I guess I could go either way, but I know it keeps the language consistent throughout the document. But I don't think there's any way for you to measure something that's vented, at least not that's out there now. I guess maybe
modeling.
measure.
Oh, measure. Okay, well, that makes sense to me.
So I would almost say that we remove the word vented.
Dr. Engler, what do you think?
Well, since F by definition says measurement of vented and flared natural gas.
Yeah.
So are you suggesting that should be only measurement of flared natural gas?
No, but the entire section also doesn't just talk about measurement, it talks about measurement and estimation.
So maybe F should be measurement or estimation of vented or flared gas.
Yeah, the title maybe.
I think you would be safer if you did it that way. Measurement or estimation of the flared natural gas. Then in your 2, you can then put in measure or estimate if you want.
Well, I think 2 talks about measurement in particular, then estimation is talked about lower. So maybe the title of F should be measurement and either and or, I don't know, and or what?
Let's say or, because the provision 1 says shall measure or estimate. You're not gonna measure and estimate, you're gonna measure or
Or
estimate.
Okay, Mr. Mohander, will you change the title in F to measurement or estimation of? And then I think in 2, we should strike the word vented on that second line. We did hear testimony about that from Mr. Powell and he agreed. Okay, the other thing I just want to bring up here is this May 31 date. And actually, I really hate to do this. I hate to do this, but I'm going to do it. The May 31 date is earlier too in section E. We talk about a flare stack installed or replaced after May 31, before June 1st. Is there question? I guess I'm a little nervous about those dates. That might be before the effective date of the rule, potentially.
Should we change it to June 30th and June and July? I think the rule will be effective certainly by June or July unless there's a rehearing on it. In which case, all of the dates will have to be pushed
Back anyway. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Moiner, can you, I mean, instead of going back and making all of these changes, can we do like everywhere we see May 31st is June 31st, and everywhere we see June 1st is July 1st?
I think you can do that because it's not you're not doing a substantive change in terms of what the law will actually do. And in this case, you're doing it contingent on a implementation date that'll exceed this. So May gets turned to June and June gets turned to July. Is that correct? I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to note that here. But yes, we could do an omnibus change, and I think we've established why that needs done.
When do we think the effective date will be?
We were postulating yesterday. Okay, let's assume that we come to a conclusion today. Then we'll have to set some sort of date today to review a final order and sign a final order. Likely either at a special hearing in March or at a regularly scheduled hearing in March, which is at the end of the month. So let's just assume we go with the regularly scheduled date. There's usually, so that's March 25th or something. It's usually at least 2 months if the rule is not appealed before like the order is signed. It's like a month and a half to 2 months.
So now you're already June.
Right. So that's
late May or June.
Yeah, that's why if we push it back a month, it's probably safer.
Is it reasonable, or as an idea, where you would, because I've seen it in here before, somewhere we put in here effective date of the order. Would it be reasonable to have these times basically at the effective date of the order plus 2 months, or just at the effective date of the order, or what's, we're simply choosing June and July, but it sounds like to me, we don't even know if that would be valid.
Is that possible, Mr. Moander? So I think it's a really good idea.
So just to make sure I understand what's proposed here, it sounds like you're considering language would say, for example, within 60 days from the effective date of this regulation, something like that.
Yeah,
I don't see a problem with that because that's still a date specific. The one thing that I would need to just double check is time calculation, because some agencies have their own set of rules for time calculation. But it should be, I would imagine that's fine. I can't see anything inherently wrong with that. So we could, that's an option.
well, I guess, because what I'm doing is tying it to whenever that order is effective.
Understood.
Instead of just saying June or July will work. I'm just, that's a suggestion. I don't, I'd go with what we have or.
So how would we write that? Because we have two different sort of dates. There's the the May 31st, and that's in the context of.
I mean, I think the way to go about that is giving actual days. You could even specify, calendar days if you wanted, but we'd need to have consistently one calculation edition for May and then one for the June dates, and we'd want that to be as consistent as possible.
Well, I don't know why we just wouldn't use the effective date of the rule, to be honest.
No, what I'm saying is effective date of the rule plus X days to come into compliance with, for example, a set of May dates. So effective date of the rule plus, for the sake of argument, 30 days for all May dates. And then with June, you could say effective date of the rule plus 60 days. You see what I'm saying?
Why not? Right, but I'm saying why not just do effective date of either before or after effective date of the rule? Because where the May and the June comes in is it's, for example, a flare stock installed or replaced after May 31st shall be equipped with an auto igniter. A flare stack installed before June 31st has to be retrofitted. So would it be, in my mind, a flare stack installed after the effective date of this rule shall be equipped with an auto igniter? A flare stack installed before the effective date of the rule shall be retrofitted.
That is also an option.
I think that's how we should do it.
Any other comment on that?
No, I think that's a good approach.
That's good.
Yeah.
And I don't
Okay,
want to go backwards and do all this if we could just make a
Well,
note.
let me just, I want to make sure we're clear for both me and the record here. So any May day, so it doesn't actually matter whether a date is May or June, it's going to
No,
be an
it's
issue.
just before or after the effective date of the rule.
All right, I'm going to highlight that to circle back just to, if I can take a look at some things, maybe over lunch. But all right, I got that entered. We got a placeholder for that in a general rule.
Okay. All right. Sorry to go backwards, but we needed to do that.
Okay, so were we on F2?
We were on 2, and I think we were good. And then the date came up.
Right.
So in F2, everything is fine as the division states, except for it would be authorized by an APD after the effective date of the rule. Right. Okay. Moving on.
F3, the division changed the measuring standard to conform with the industry standard rather than listing specific devices or technology. And I think that was a really wise thing to do so that the rule has flexibility to conform to new technologies. I think that was a good change.
I agree.
Yes.
4 has no issues. 5,
Yes, I agree with the division's proposed changes. I think that they did that for a couple of reasons, to identify low rate or pressure as being a potential reason for estimation. I think there's evidence to support that. And also added language to increase accountability for operators that are estimating, so that an audit could take place to ensure the accuracy of that method, of the estimation methodology. So I think those are good changes. I support them.
I agree.
I agree.
Number 6, Namoga has proposed to remove heating value. And we did hear testimony as to why. I can't remember exactly which.
It was
Greaves. And I believe I asked Mr. Bolander about it, and he cannot recall. I think he agreed as well. I am fine with removing that. Dr. Engler, from any of your experience, expertise, is that aspect important?
Oh, the heating value?
Yeah.
In this context, I think that because in the context with the annual GOR test, the heating value really is not necessary. It's the volume rate that you're using to be able to calculate.
Okay. Okay, so then, based off of Mr. Greaves' testimony and then Dr. Engler's expertise in the area, I am good with removing the "and heating value."
I agree with that.
7, no changes by any of the parties.
Yes, I think the division made these changes so that they retain some control over an assessment of whether or not metering should be used in lieu of estimation. I think it's good for the division to have the ability to make its own assessment, and so I would support this language.
I agree.
I agree as well.
G. All right. First off, there was the change of the title. I am fine with the addition of word natural gas. I think that just adds clarity.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay.
Mr. Molander, the Oxford comma appears some places and does not appear other places. I have a very personal preference regarding the Oxford. You just want to make that consistent.
I will go back and let's see. I will clean that sort of stuff up to your satisfaction, Commissioner. I'm there with you.
Thank you.
I am good with the change in 1 in the title.
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
Though I actually wonder, should 1 be bolded? Why is 1 bolded?
I think that's just a formatting issue, Madam Chair. I'll go through and clean that up as well.
Yeah, it seems to be sort of consistent throughout here. 2 is bolded, 3 is not. Can we just clean up that too, please? I don't really care how we do it, but it seems like every other place it's not bolded.
No, I think you're right and consistent. I'm going to leave that to remind me to come back. But yes, we can.
Okay. Okay. So this is the language that sort of align, I think some of it came in, I think if I'm recalling, some of it came out of part 29.
Yes, and I think it was a result of Mr. Powell's testimony trying to clarify when the C-129 versus C-141 would be used. I think this language does add clarity.
Yeah, I think the testimony was it was not intended for you to have to file both, which I think is correct.
Right.
And I believe it was Mr. Powell, right?
Yes.
Who said that?
Yeah, I think that's spot on. Okay, so A, we're good with the changes. There were no edits by climate advocates or NMOGA. Okay, 1A. I, adding from a single event aligns it with the language in A. My other point of contention, and I think it's in a couple places here, we have got to get rid of the language appropriate district office. It should just be notify the division. Any place where it says notify the appropriate district office needs to be struck. That is not the way that OCD operates. Particularly in this digital age, that is a relic of the past. So it should just say notify the division. And that's in a couple other places. I'll try to bring it up every time I see it. It's gotta go.
Yeah, double I too.
Double I think is in there as well. Yeah, let's see, where is it? It's after the single event. Again, in double I, from a single event aligns it with above, but let's get rid of appropriate district office and just make it division.
And Mr. Moander, maybe you can just do a search and replace on that one so that we don't have to keep bringing.
Yes, I would not recommend expending energy finding that right now.
It's been included in 3, funny enough.
Just quick on G1A1 from the single event. I don't think that was addressed.
Oh, I mean, that aligns with part 29, and how the division, I think how the rest of this rule aligns.
Yeah, I think that's consistent with both testimony from Mr. Powell and the way that the current 129 form functions. So I'm good with that.
I agree.
And so all of the places they add from a single event in this section just aligns the entire section. So all of those places are good. Okay. There is in 3, or there is a proposed 3 by climate advocates.
Yes, this was something they consistently brought up regarding notice to the community. It looked like for major releases.
That would not align it with part 29. And I actually sort of wonder about the division's authority on that. I don't recall this being addressed other than by the climate advocate witness. OCD did address it some.
I guess what I would say is I don't know, and this may require additional legal review regarding whether or not the OCD has jurisdiction to require operators to provide notice to the general public. What I would say is I think that if the OCD was determined to have that authority and could require operators to do that, it would be more logically placed in the spill rule so that any type of release required similar notification. And so I would suggest that following that legal analysis or following decisions related to this rule, climate advocates or specific groups bring that potential change to the spill rule as opposed to including it only for vented or flared gas.
Is the spill rule, is that the 29?
29.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would really want to see that legal analysis. I mean, OCD is not a first responder. You know, for example, if there was a major incident or a release, our inspectors and staff should absolutely not be going to that site if it is unsafe. And we work pretty extensively with either state police or the sheriff's office. For example, if there's some sort of H2S release in an area, OCD inspectors are absolutely not supposed to be at those sites. They have not been trained as first responders, nor are they first responders. And so I would have concerns about that. I would also be a little concerned with, I think sort of, as Commissioner Kessler says, having a misalignment between Part 29 and this, since this section is predominantly out of Part 29. It does.
I'd also point out here, Commission, that this is reporting of vented or flared natural gas, and it does seem consistent throughout the provision or the subsection G. This is about reporting to the division. I mean, I guess any reporting could be deemed public reporting in a sense, but I think placing it here could be a misplacement just because of the consistent subject matter and target and apparent intent of the regulation.
Okay.
As for legal analysis, I will look up a little more on this because I do think there may be some jurisdictional issues, but I don't want to speak to those till I'm confident.
Okay. All right. I mean, my proposal for now would be not to include it, and to, following maybe a legal analysis at another time, review the value in adding that to Part 29.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, I would concur with that as well.
Okay. So G, we're now on G1B. The additional compositional analysis and representative of a well or facility. I think there was a decent amount of testimony on that. And I think it makes sense. It's, I believe, a term that's already in the greenhouse gas reporting rules. You can use representative analyses, and it seems relatively straightforward to me and reasonable. And clarifying an analysis as a compositional analysis makes sense to me. I mean, that's, I think, what it was intended as. That just qualifies it and makes it clearer. I agree with that.
Yeah, I think we all agree with that.
All right, then we can go down I think the next,
The next change is to, from climate advocates to subpart E.
Roman numeral 7, 8.
Yeah,
9.
7.
okay. What was the division's testimony on this? I feel like this was like not the appropriate place to do it, or I feel like there was testimony on this. I'm trying to recall. Do you have that table, Dr. Ingber?
I have that table pulled up.
Madam Chair, it was in Mr. Powell's testimony. Essentially, the division's position was that there was no need to add to a non-exclusive list.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, according to the OCD rebuttal, the OCD intends to provide a series of checkboxes on the C-129, which may include many of the causes presented by both sides, but may use different descriptors. So basically OCD appreciates what they all did, but I guess they want to draft their own type of list, basically.
Yeah, I was thinking he does
Mr. Powell.
control forms, you know, and I agree with that, because that would be a better place to do it, because if it's in the rule, you're stuck with those categories. If it's done within a form, then, you know, if 6 months down the road, we figure out, well, there's some category that people keep writing in consistently, you know, we could just modify the form to add that category, whereas if it was in the rule, it would be kind of stuck. So I agree with the division's assertion on that, and to give the division that flexibility to manage that. And I think it still meets sort of what the intent of climate advocates is. It's just in a different manner.
Yeah, I think, again, I think climate advocates is correct in what they're trying to attend, what they want to see. But I really agree. I think if I put it in a rule, you're stuck with it. I like the flexibility. I like the flexibility that the division will have. And I am almost certain that all of these are going to be probably in the division form anyway,
Yes.
plus others. So I would concur with that.
And I think that's on all three of these.
Yes, that's correct.
You know, I would suspect on that form, you know, you'll list whatever corrective action is, and I would suspect one of the check boxes is going to be sales line, compression installed, equipment replaced. All of those check boxes are already going to be there, but this just would really box the division in.
Yes, I agree with that. The only thing I would say is that I would hope that the division would take a look at climate advocates' proposed suggestions here, because I think they're good ones. So
Yes.
I agree.
Not to add to a non-exhaustive or non-exclusive list, but I hope the division will consider including these categories.
I agree. I would strongly encourage the division to review climate advocates' proposal in developing that form.
Madam Chair, it's been 2 hours since we started. I'm wondering if a break would be appropriate.
Sure.
I think it's.
All right, let's do a 20-minute break and come back at 11:20.
And just a thought on this, what's the plan for lunch today, Madam Chair, if there even is one?
Chris, you buying?
Sure.
We'll likely do what we did yesterday. I think probably order something in, take a short break, and keep powering through this.
Okay, I just want to make sure I got time to throw some stuff in the microwave, that's all.
All right, thank you. We'll be back at 11:20. Probably be another 5 more minutes, just a heads up for everyone.
Administrative.
Chris, we can see your, yeah.
I just realized, I was like, that record is on, isn't it? But thank you for reminding me.
We're actually ordering lunch now, so we can be more expedient later. So another minute and then we'll be ready.
Cool.
All right, everyone. Probably around 12:15, we will take like a 10-minute break for lunch and then keep powering through. So just a forewarning for everybody. All right, where were we? About to start G? No.
About to start G2, I think. We finished up G1.
Okay.
Well. So G1B.
Yeah. And C and D.
There's the changes.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, did we wrap up the changes proposed by climate advocates in Roman numerals B8 and 9? I think that we did, because I think that the determination was that the OCD had authority over forms, and so they were going to take a look at these categories and formulating those, but we wanted to leave the division discretion just to make sure the record is clear. I think we all agreed on that, right?
Yes.
I think you're correct.
Yeah, I think we wrapped that guy up. And okay, so the only thing that maybe we need to clarify is G1B D. Did we do D?
No, but I think this conforms with the C129 language,
Okay.
so I support this language. Also, yeah, I think I support this.
And okay, and 2, we did talk sort of extensively about this section, so we should be able to rely on a lot of that testimony from yesterday for this section. Not testimony, we're not testifying. A lot of that discussion from yesterday. All right, G2.
So this initial language for each well or facility clarifies the division's intent, which I had understood throughout the proceedings, but I guess there was lack of clarity on that it is intended to apply on a well or facility basis as opposed to production, unit number, or lease basis. So I am glad that these changes were made. I think that it aligns the language with what I had understood the intent to be all along.
I agree. I think there was quite a bit of testimony from Mr. Powell, from this, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah.
From the state land office, yeah. A handful of people why it's important to be reported on an individual well or facility basis. I think we do need to talk about this section here where it says beginning July 1st, the operator should gather data. I think what we discussed yesterday is it should be beginning, what would it be, October 1st?
October, yeah, for your fourth quarter.
Yeah. So beginning October 1st, the operator shall gather data for quarterly reports in a format specified by the division and submit by February 15th for the fourth quarter. And then what? And submit by May 15th?
I don't know what, it's for the first quarter of 2022.
Yeah, so 3 months after February 15th would be May 15th, right? May 15th to report on January through March. That's right.
For the first quarter of 2022.
Yeah.
And then that would then be following that, the beginning.
Sorry, so Chris, you changed May, but then it should say May 15th, 2022 for the first quarter of 2022.
All right, so this should, so just, if you guys can see, this should be fourth quarter then, and then this would be first quarter.
Yeah, of 2022.
2022. There we go. And this should be 2022.
No, that should be 2021.
2021.
That's the fourth quarter of this year and the first quarter of next year.
Oh, okay. Got it.
And this is just for the record, this is based on all of the discussion we had yesterday about timing and our concerns with the rule effective date and when it would be effective and if it would give operators and the division enough time to actually implement this rule. And we believe if we push this back for 3 months, that there's going to be much better data quality instead of having a bunch of extension requests. And so on that, I don't think we include the language from NMOGA that says unless otherwise approved by the division. I'm very concerned, one, how that would actually practically function. And if the division were to get a lot of requests, like how would that even work at the end of the day? So I don't think we include that language by NMOGA, but I think we're managing some of those concerns in this updated language. And again, we discussed extensively yesterday.
And just to clean this up, in the first sentence of this subsection 2, there's the addition of separately natural gas and volume of. Any issue or discussion with those?
I think that's what we talked about.
Yeah, that's clarifying language. I think we all
Yeah,
agree.
we're good with that.
All right. Okay.
Then after that quarter, then. So should it say that beginning, April 2022? Instead of January, the operator shall submit the Form C-115B?
You're right. Yes.
So, yeah, that should be April. That will be consistent with the rest.
Yes. Yeah, good catch. Okay. Now there are a couple of components here. So let's just address again, I think holistically, the exclusions by NMOGA in 2, D, E, F, I, and J. Let's address H in a second, but let's first look at the D, E, F, I, and J, which are the routine downhole maintenance category, annual liquids unloading, uncontrolled storage tanks, pneumatics, and thief hatches. There was extensive discussion yesterday as to why those categories should be left in, either because they are waste or because they are beneficial use and need to be reported.
Yes, I would rely on a record from yesterday. I think that we had extensive discussion and pulled in supporting testimony from the record, and so I agree that we are going to leave those categories in, except for
We leave that one in, but as is proposed in divisions, the additional changes, where was that section? We need to make sure to get that.
yeah, that's a separate.
Madam Chair, that's in the next section, which is 3.
Okay.
I think, didn't we not discuss yesterday with regards to those under F? Says uncontrolled storage tanks. I think the word uncontrolled was going to be eliminated.
Yes.
I can't remember more to that, but it seems to me that was something that we
No, I think we were just gonna leave it at storage tanks
Yeah,
and not
from what I remember.
differentiate.
And I think that addresses, climate advocates had
Right.
a flaring from controlled storage tanks as another item. So I believe that would capture what they were trying to accomplish. Is that correct?
Yes. And if a storage tank is routed to a BRU, then it wouldn't even count in here because it's not vented or flared. The one thing I do want to hit on just really quick, we had talked about yesterday how a malfunctioning pneumatic controller would get counted in B, non-scheduled maintenance or malfunction. I again am just a little concerned about the language in the term malfunction, the definition malfunction, that says a malfunction substantially disrupts operations. I wonder if this would be solved if we look at the definition of malfunction instead of fixing things on the back end. I wonder if instead of saying equipment breakdown beyond reasonable control of the operator, that it can get rid of the word substantially and just say may disrupt operations? Or is that going to create other problems elsewhere?
I think that's fine.
Dr. Engler, because that would also help with the pneumatic part. I'm sorry, not pneumatic, but the fugitives. Then a malfunctioning fugitive component would get counted in B. Because that piece of equipment is malfunctioning. The concern was that it's not substantially disrupting operations, but it may disrupt operations. I don't know. What do you think, Dr. Engler? Do you see the concern at least of where I'm going?
Are you worried about the word substantial?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a good chance that a pneumatic controller could malfunction and it might not interrupt operations. Same thing with a malfunctioning fugitive emission component or valve or whatever.
Well, OCD's rebuttal testimony from Mr. Molander states, OCD's, again, this is going back to your definition of malfunction.
Okay.
Back with section 7. OCD's definition is identical with ALM's. And the terms ensure that operators cannot claim any disruption constitutes a malfunction. So that's what the division was defining.
So it may have problems.
So they were against removing the word substantial.
Okay, well then how do we address where, I guess then the question is, what category would a malfunctioning pneumatic controller or valve fall in? Because what we said is for pneumatics, that's beneficial use because it's on lease use gas or on gas use, whatever. Whatever the terminology is there. And so that's beneficial use, but until the point where it's malfunctioning, and then that's a waste. So where is that going to get captured in here?
Well, I think what isn't malfunctioning defined under G2B?
No, I mean, again, I go back to the definition of malfunction. I don't think a malfunctioning pneumatic controller would actually fall within the definition of malfunction.
Because it's substantial.
Because of the it substantially disrupts operations. I think a malfunctioning pneumatic controller and like a leaking valve may not substantially disrupt operations and therefore may not be a malfunction.
Yeah.
So that's my concern, but we need to find a bucket.
Can you just say, but also should include malfunctioning valve, or whatever you just said, malfunctioning pneumatics and valve.
I think we have to take the word malfunction out of it. Because then it would tie back to the definition. But if we said non-scheduled maintenance, malfunction, or outside of normal operation,
Yeah.
ugh, I don't like that. That's
See, because this 2I is normal operation. So you're separating it to the abnormal operation, hence malfunction. So your issue isn't with I, it's with B, is that correct? The term malfunction.
my issue is basically with the term malfunction.
Yeah.
And either we have to fix the term malfunction, which I understand from the division what the perspective is there, and I would be hesitant now to change that. But now what bucket do those fall in if they are not, I think, per the definition, a malfunction? Would that be routine repair and maintenance? But I don't know if, I guess I don't also see that a malfunctioning controller during the time that it's been malfunctioning, maybe for a week or whatever, I don't think that waste would be attributed to a repair. That seems outside of the repair. That's my only problem here. No big deal.
Well, yeah, I guess my take is that B and C will capture, again, normal operations is I, if it's malfunctioning, it's in B, if it's not a malfunction, but then comes under routine repair and maintenance. So, yeah, I think divisions did a pretty good job of trying to capture all those what ifs. There may be something that falls through, but I'm comfortable with the way it is.
And the only thing I could see adding is we could say non-scheduled maintenance or malfunction, including abnormal pneumatics.
Abnormal operation of pneumatics, valves, connectors, and flanges.
I don't know if that's too much. I'm just trying to find a solution to your issue. I don't necessarily think that it's proper.
What if we just said abnormal operations of equipment? And keep it more broad. Okay.
I think it'd be best to keep it as general as possible because there is, right above that, see, you have to keep 5 years of information and records. The division can inspect them. The division will now have the flexibility to be looking at these and making decisions about, things that will be wasting more than others, and then can be able to address those. But I don't want to be too definitive for a division on that. I don't mind including abnormal operation, but I think the way this is set up is to allow the division to see these things and then be able to address or request to address.
Okay, so say including abnormal operations of equipment. And equipment keeps it broad. That could be.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right, now why don't we look at H? We talked about this yesterday too. And I think we had talked about including something that says except as otherwise approved by the division.
I have that note. And that was to address situations where the operator may have introduced oxygen for a reason that is acceptable to the division.
Mr. Reminder, sorry, that's on the back end of 2I.
Under H.
Yeah, H little 2i. And we had extensive conversations about that yesterday as well.
This is right. This is correct right here, right? HI?
No, under the second one.
Oh, H2.
Yeah.
Got it.
What he's done there, we need to step back to, G. Climate advocates had changes to G.
I thought we did that one.
Yeah.
And we were just gonna say storage tanks.
Now, third G has to do with availability of capacity in the gas gathering system.
Right.
G there,
Oh, because they changed that.
not storage tank.
I see, they break that out.
I thought that this was gonna be, well, maybe I'm thinking something different. Never mind. I guess I'm not sure what this adds.
I think it's essentially for accountability because the way that it's currently drafted, two categories are put together and they want to be able to see where it's different. I think it's too broadly worded.
Do you have the rebuttal, Dr. Ingber?
I have it.
I could pull it up, but
Where are we? G2.
either G or H, I'm not sure what it would have been.
Madam Chair, the division presented testimony by Mr. Bolander that the category would not be required because the tanks are controlled, meaning their emissions are being captured for beneficial use or destruction of land.
So I think the new G is the concern. So it says Weld/EDS deletion of separation phase is related to its REC proposal, which would require capture at all stages of the flowback process. Adding downstream processing plant is unnecessary because such a plant is part of the natural gas gathering system and the term interjects uncertainty. Finally, this non-exhaustive list is not necessary and introduces terms and concepts not otherwise addressed in the rule.
I would agree that processing plant is included in the gathering system. In that terminology.
Yeah, and I would agree that some of these concepts are not ones that are discussed elsewhere in the rules with specificity. So at least at this point, I think that the OCD's rationale for not including these additional categories is sound. So
I agree. No,
Yeah.
if you look at the rebuttal from, Mr. Molander, I think it addresses what, town advocates, again, part of it was to do with their, proposal for the, what's called the, ERC, and he eliminated that, so, again, I think what Dave said in the OCD rebuttal is sufficient to not include all this detail.
Okay, I agree with that. Okay. I think we need to update J to be consistent. Divisions J to be consistent with what we did earlier. We got rid of the thief hashes. Well, we got rid of the routed to a flare control device. Again, I'm unsure why we only care about thief hashes that are on a controlled tank. I mean, there was some testimony from Mr. Bulliner on that, and but I think as a practice, thief hatches should be closed, whether it's on I don't care what type of tank, all tanks. And so I would say on J, and this would be consistent with what we did earlier in the rule, we need to get rid of the back end of that says routed to a flare control device.
yes, I agree with that.
Yes.
Okay.
Before we get too far down, H1, it's got the concentrations info. I didn't catch any comments on that change.
We discussed that really extensively yesterday.
Right, but I want to make sure that this specific change is acceptable.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think the next change is M, Namoga proposes to eliminate the other category. I'm looking at the rebuttal from Mr. Powell.
I don't think they are trying to get rid of it now.
Yeah, if you look at,
Right?
I'm looking at page 8 of Namoga's submission.
8?
Page 8. In addressing changes to the other category, the division stated, OCD recognizes that it would not be appropriate to require operators to report volumes, etc.
Well, but look at page 10. They don't propose to get rid of it entirely.
That's weird.
I know they wanted to get rid of it originally in their testimony.
Maybe that's an erroneous paragraph. Anyway, okay.
But we need to look at K. We need to change the 4 to 8 to be consistent with the definition of emergency.
Oh, that's correct. Consistently.
And then what about L? I think L was discussed at length, I think, during testimony, and I think it should be reported separately to track that number from the venting and flaring from exploratory wells.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay, now I think M is the other.
I don't know what this other paragraph is, but I agree. I'm seeing Namoga's proposal, and actually I don't.
Can I ask backup, please?
Yeah. I don't know what this, but I'm looking at a paragraph that in Namoga's proposal that I don't understand, and so, but it is not in the correct category. So I see on page 10, then under M, the changes specifically that they reference regarding M, and I don't disagree with that. I think I would accept Nemoga's proposed M.
Yeah, I'm fine. I think, what, 1915-2 W1B, that probably just ties it right back to that definition, surface waste.
Yeah,
I think that's the
Yeah, okay.
citation.
Okay.
And I'm fine with adding the word surface. And there was testimony, we did talk about that just saying other was a little too wishy-washy, and so the division, I think, added the waste as defined in 1915-2 NMAC that is not described above. And so I think this clarifies things and aligns it with what was discussed during the testimony. But I would be fine with Nemoga's proposal. So Mr. Moander, yeah, you got it.
He's got it.
Great. All right. 3. We also need to make sure 3A, there is one of the additional and B. So we need to make sure that's not lost.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, what are you referring to?
In the OCD's notice of additional changes document,
oh yeah,
there are changes to 8G3A and 8G3B that we need to make sure to have in this discussion. Okay, let's look at 8G3, just 3 first, and then we can go into A and B. I mean, maybe just adding, let's see, were there any comments from, none from climate advocates, none from Nemoga on that provision. I might just say, I'm fine with this language, other than should we say, we'll publish an operator's vented and flared natural gas info, just say something on the OCD website, like refer to the website, where are we gonna publish it?
yeah, that makes sense.
I don't think we need to be specific and say at like this URL, but I think we should say on the division's website.
Yeah, so upon submittal of the C115B report, the division will compile and publish on the division website an operator's vented and flared natural gas information.
Mr. Moiner, did you get that?
Sorry, folks, I'm working with Mr. Ames on fixing a citation issue. So give me just a second here. I believe I've corrected that on subsection M to get the correct citation to the rule. It should not be a .w. It should be, I believe, parentheses. So I wanted to get that cleaned up. All right, so you guys are talking about what section again?
3, just
Okay.
3.
Okay, so what are we changing here? And you got my attention.
So after the word publish, we should add on the division's website. We'll compile and publish on the division's website. Yep.
Perfect.
Out of curiosity, the C115B is a monthly report. So is the division's going to be publishing that monthly as well?
Yeah.
And that's going to occur 1 month after the report?
Reports are due basically 45 days. It's like 15 days after the close of the following month.
And then they'll be published when? 15 days after?
I don't know if we need to specify that, to be
No, I'm
honest.
not asking that as part of this. I said out of curiosity.
Well, I mean, I think the division talked about trying to do some sort of online reporting system. So if it's all the data entry is being done by the operators, I would assume that data could be available quickly. I think that's the intent.
Just curious. Okay, let's move on.
Okay. All right, now we need to look at the new A by the division.
You have that, Chris, section 8G3A, it's one of the new, it was filed by Mr. Ames as a separate document.
So I've got that in front of me, and just to make sure we're clear, you want me to put in those modifications from 8G3A, right?
Hold on,
Yes.
I think so. Should we add something that says vented as a result of normal operations of either we make it more broad like we did earlier and say vented as a result of normal operations of equipment, or we say vented as a result of normal operations of pneumatic controllers, pumps, valves, flanges, connectors.
I would think the specificity here might be helpful.
Okay.
What were you gonna say? Other?
Sort of, but I can be convinced otherwise.
It's just, again, not wanting the rule to be swallowed.
Okay, so Mr. Melander, maybe to start with, can you put the division's proposed language in there? Is that what that is?
Yes.
Okay, then we can modify it from here. All right, Dr. Ingler, do you see where we're going?
Well, yeah, I see this, so the statement, normal operations, pneumatic controllers is in reference to subparagraph I above.
Right.
So have you changed I to such that this would change?
No, not I, but I think we need to include normal, because we added the valves, flanges, connectors piece. I think we also need to specify here, vented as a result of normal operations of pneumatic controllers and pumps and valves, flanges, or connectors.
That would be, these are items that will be excluded.
Yes, because they're normal operations, but since that category wasn't in the divisions rule, it's not here, but I think it needs to be explicitly called out here.
So do you see these valve flanges under 2M then as other waste?
No, I think they're now falling under, which one did we change? B. Non-scheduled maintenance, malfunction, or what was how did we rewrite B, Mr. Mariner?
So which B?
G
Are we talking
to
G,
C.
2B.
including abnormal operation of equipment?
So we might have to,
We kept it broad there.
yeah, we might have to keep it broad here too. I'm struggling with it, but I think if we kept it, I think that we have to echo that language.
So instead, it would be in the new language for 8G3A, it would be vented as a result of normal operations of equipment.
All right, that does not, it's not consistent with subparagraph I. So if you want to go back to I, you would have to say equipment.
Which one is I?
That's the pneumatic controllers and pumps.
No, I think we need to specifically call those out. I don't want to,
See, remember, this section is is
It's a
basically, this 8G3A, it's calculating volume loss, but it's giving you these exclusions such that you don't have to calculate it.
Right.
Or you don't have to use it in your 2%. And so the normal operations is the pneumatic controllers and pumps is specifically in this latest edition from OCD identified. If you want to go to, if you want to go to all normal operations of equipment, that's fine, but it's got to be defined up in.
No, I think you're making a good point. This, wait, no, maybe I'm thinking about it wrong.
If you wanted to consider waste included in the, as a volume loss for the 2%, then that would be not what you want here, because this is the exclusions. Because it shall deduct.
Well, but, okay, is this even right anymore? Because aren't we saying that normal operations of, is that the,
I think it might be capital.
it might be food. Hold on 2 seconds, guys.
Good.
Did we lose everybody?
Just for a moment, food is here. We gotta go grab it from outside. So actually, I'm re-looking at this. And didn't we decide that normal operations of pneumatic controllers is on lease gas use and is therefore beneficial use? So I'm not actually sure why it needs to be called out in general, because I think that whole piece could be subtracted potentially, because it would fall under the used for beneficial use for pneumatics.
Well, I think what division is doing is they want to tie the, part 2, which is all the A through M, and to identify those parts that you are reporting that will be removed. So that will be removed from the calculate loss. So if you want to say pneumatic controller or normal operations is part of beneficial use, I think then we're going to have to modify above be able to, so that everyone knows that's where it's going. Does that make sense? Because I think the vision is quite correctly trying to tie in 2 and 3 to 2 and so on. So if we modify this, we need to be careful of how it's going to be addressed in 2.
I mean, there's no section in 2 that says gas. Is there a beneficial use category here at all?
No, that's I guess up to the operator to define what they're using.
It's not
Always.
reported, it's just in the equation. That seems odd.
Well, they have to, they have to calculate it because they need that volume used for beneficial use. They shall deduct volume sold, volume beneficial
Right.
use, blah, blah, blah. So somewhere, maybe you're right. Maybe since there is nothing that defines beneficial use here, it's up to the interpretation of the operator what that would include.
And maybe that's something for a guidance document down the road.
Maybe, I know, again, what I see here is the way the division's thinking is what's above here too, how how that gets managed within the rest of this document.
Right, I understood, but what we have said extensively yesterday is that on-lease gas use for pneumatics is a beneficial use. Unless it's malfunctioning.
Well, then,
So then we don't need, in my mind, we don't need that entire section that talks about vented as a result of normal operation, because that would be calculated in this beneficial use bucket up above.
if that would be correct, you would eliminate I in this list.
I don't think we eliminate I in this list. No, I'm talking about 8G3A. I don't think we would eliminate I.
Well, if it's beneficial use, why should it be here being reported? As vented and flared.
Because don't we need to understand what on earth is going into beneficial use instead of like a made up number that we can't validate?
Well, yeah, that's true. There's nothing in here, unless you're gonna have to define that beneficial use somewhere.
Beneficial use is in here. I'll have to find it. I feel like there was an example of beneficial use could be blah, 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 blah. I'm sure that's gonna look great on the court transcript. Okay, if you go into the accounting or sort of into 9D. Five. It does talk about the division to evaluate the potential alternative beneficial use, including power generation on lease, power generation for grid, compression on lease, liquid removal, reinjection to temporary storage, reinjection to enhanced oil recovery, fuel cells, other alternative beneficial use as approved by the division. And I would say use in pneumatic controllers. And maybe we add that into that list.
I think these are a list of alternative beneficial uses, not the standard beneficial use with regards to the management plan.
Well, then do we need to just add another category that's called other alternative or other beneficial use? Because I think pneumatics needs to be reported separately, because there is no other way, as we talked about yesterday, for us to ever understand what the magnitude of that use is.
So then, well, if that's the main case, then again, that will be kept in I as a category that is reported. And again, if it's all about the consistency arrangement, then I think what division has here is appropriate. So instead of counting pneumatics as beneficial use, which
Separately call it out.
separately call it out, that way you will see that magnitude. Even since it's normal operation, we're going to separate it out or exclude it from the line loss.
I'm fine doing that, but we're going to have to add, so it's going to have to say something like vented as a result of normal operations of pneumatic controllers and pumps, or vented as a result of normal operations of equipment, because we added in the new category for valves, right?
Well, we added under malfunction abnormal operation, right?
Right. Oh, okay,
We did
okay.
not add anything specifically in G2 on normal operation.
Because they're not using, okay, no, I see where, Right. And they're not using any
They're
sort
not
of
using
gas or emitting it. It should all be contained. Okay, then maybe it's fine. So as is. So glad we beat that one.
Looks good.
Looks good. All right. What about, so Namoga has different language. Well, maybe, would it be better to look at divisions 8G, 3A, and B, and then compare it to Namoga's language?
Yes, all right.
Okay, so let's look at divisions B.
I have to say, as like a non-technical person, the way that they present the formula is appealing because I can follow it a little better. Not necessarily the description itself, just how they present the formula is very easy to follow. But, you know, maybe smarter people in the room will be looking at this rule and understand it better.
I think it makes it clear.
Well, yeah, I mean, I like an equation form, but that's okay.
I mean, that's sort of what Namoga is proposing.
Well, I don't know. I wrote all this, actually, when I wrote all this out, I wrote all the equations. That's pretty. No, I think, Commissioner Kessler, if you understand this and it makes sense, I'm good with this.
I don't think it says anything different, it just presents it a little bit differently.
What's
I can find-
what's Namoga's one? I don't remember that. Oh, I think
It just defines what is what.
I don't see the benefit in the Namoga proposal above what the division did in their alternative doc.
Well, this is defining on a, well, either volume or percent basis, that amount of loss. This one actually is defining that amount that's captured. So it's, one or the other.
Okay, I think the division's proposal makes more sense and it makes it clear.
Okay, good.
All right, to recap, so section 3A as revised per the supplement by the division, as well as subsection B, are acceptable as they stand now.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. 4. We would need to change the date. Would it be, instead of March now, it would be, actually, March doesn't even make, no, March would make sense because originally it was coming in February. The data was coming in February, so they'd start in March. So now,
This is the provision, Director, where we're talking about requiring reporting to royalty owners or to owners in the mineral estate. I want to have a little bit more of a conversation about this one, so I'm wondering if we could get this break for lunch and then come back and finish up. Or because I have issues with the way that the division has this currently drafted.
Okay, Namoga has something a little different too.
Yeah, remember this was the issue of whether or not
Yeah.
we have to require reporting to the interest owners, so.
Yeah. Okay. Do we want to come back at 12:35 or 12:40?
12:40.
12:40, we'll be back.
Lunch break.
Lunch break. Thanks. All right, we're back. Irene, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, so let's briefly discuss schedule. I think my inclination is, well, one, I think this is a question in several parts. One, a lot of the stuff that's exactly duplicated in part 28, either Ms. Orver or Mr. Moliander, are we able to say, well, we had that discussion on part 27, the situation is not substantially different in part 28, and therefore that change should apply here and not have to discuss everything?
One second, I got a mouthful here, so just one moment, please. Okay, can I get give me a fairly straightforward example if you can?
I mean, I think almost everything we've discussed so far, except for maybe a couple definitions. A lot of the reporting categories are exactly the same. The oxygen issue is the same. Predominantly, a lot of the changes in 27 are duplicated in part 28. And the differences in facility types does not necessitate any sort of change, and the discussion that was had previously would apply. There are a couple different examples, like the location requirements and the plans are a little bit different. And so the nuances of the rule, we would obviously have to deliberate on. But on the places that are exactly the same, can we make, sort of the broad statement that that's exactly the same as 27? The justification we already discussed in part 27 does not substantiate any sort of difference.
I mean, I think the short answer is I think some of that's doable. The long answer is the risk that gets run here is that if something one gets overlooked, which is always a risk, but two, if we're not clear on the evidence per each change, or alternatively, let's just say as I'm preparing the commission's statement that I discover that the portions of the transcript discussed don't match with the purported change, that could put the commission into a pickle. I tell you what, I'd like. I am leery of trying to fast track anything because of the procedural guardrails. Let me check on something and I can get you an answer back here momentarily. Let me just take a look at some things, but I'll be right back on that topic, but I'm also listening.
Okay, well, I think what our intent would be is we could look, and say in each change, say section 9A, we discussed that in part 27. It's the exact same here. The situations and the transcript above don't make any change, and roll like that. I think that's
right. And I understand what you're saying. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you about it, but I want to make sure that in doing that, it doesn't run the risk of invalidating any changes that fall underneath that approach. So just 1 second here.
Madam Chair, my understanding from the case law in New Mexico is that so long as a reviewing body, such as the Court of Appeals, for example, can discern from the record the basis for your decisions, and then the other factor, and I think what you've described would allow them to discern the basis for your decision. And then the other factor that Mr. Moander just mentioned, obviously, is he needs to have enough from you in order to draft the statement of reasons. But I think There wouldn't be concerns for me beyond those two things.
Okay, that's really helpful, thank you. And then the second question is, particularly for Irene, do you have any schedule limitations, sort of going into this evening, assuming we, take a break?
If we're gonna go like late into the evening, if we could take like maybe a half-hour break for dinner, or something like that, I'm willing to actually go ahead and go in, and I'll also make myself available, tomorrow, Saturday, if that should, if you should choose to make the preference as well.
Okay, I think at this point we're open to going into the evening, however late that may need to be. We just wanted to confirm schedules.
But we would take a break.
Yes.
Yeah, we would take a break for approximately an hour, so.
All right, thank you. And with that, let's go back to 8. Is it G4?
So I had some real concerns about this provision from the outset, and I think the division did a great job of attempting to address them, but my concerns really remain about what happens from an operator's perspective when they're attempting to notify royalty interest owners different than the state land office because of the nature of fractionated ownership. On the one hand, in New Mexico for royalty owners, and second, on the other hand, the lack of understanding, I think, about the contractual nature of how operators, working interest owners, royalty owners work in formulation of a spacing unit and making payment, providing notice. So the provision that the land office, or that the division had suggested for notification on a monthly basis of royalty owners, or as they change it as owners, I think in reviewing it, there is some protection against waste, but I don't think that protection outweighs the really incredible burden, as I see it, that would be added to operators' reporting requirements, given the fact that this is all available online for a royalty owner, for any type of owner to be able to pull up. So what I would suggest is, I think the NMOGA proposal specifies providing a copy of the C-115B to the land office. What I would potentially add to this is providing a notification to the royalty owners at the outset. So one-time notification that the information is available online, and that would allow those royalty owners to be able to access, but provide them the knowledge that here's where you access the information. If anyone's inclined to look it up, it's available anyways. This would be putting them on notice that that's how they get it, and I think that would provide some of the protection without this, as I see it, very onerous burden.
So your change would be, say it again, would be before would be to notify the royalty owners initially once.
If that's what commission members also agree with, I'm fine with just the draft that NMOGA proposed for 4, but if there are concerns from other commission members, I would, propose, as to allay those concerns, I would potentially propose adding a one-time notification. on how to access that information.
Well, what's Namoga's proposal?
Basically, same date, the operator, rather than providing everybody, all of the owners in the mineral estate, a copy of the C-115B, it would just provide the land office a copy of the C-115B.
I can understand the concern. I think at a minimum, we should go with the Namoga proposal. You know, my concern is, as user-friendly as the OCD website is, can be, well, as user-friendly as the OCD has tried to make it with the resources I think that are available, it is still a challenge for most. So I would be interested in possibly that one-time notification that explains where and how to access the data.
Okay.
Dr. Engler?
So that one-time notification would be at the time that say the regularly scheduled time that the royalty owner, let me phrase that, I'm sorry. Do you want to have like one time to go to, initially to all royalty owners, separate from the financial side, or just wait for whatever that first time is that we would send a royalty owner a check or whoever it is, that would be the notification tied to that?
You could just say upon initial filing of the C-115B. So the first C-115B that the operator files, at that time, information would also have to be sent to the royalty owner so that they're able to track it right from the beginning. So they know their rights right from the beginning and are able to track it at the beginning.
So it'd be a separate notification from the normal financial reporting too.
I think that's right. Yeah, because I don't think that, I think there's some misunderstanding about how and who pays royalty owners.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, to me, it would be when the operator has to file their initial C-115B, that gives everyone timely notice of how to track it. And, you know, it's something of a burden on the operators because they still have to figure out how to get in touch with those royalty interest owners. But it's not as onerous as currently drafted.
But you still do want the language from NAMOGA that does the state land office?
Yeah, because I don't think that's, I mean, as Mr. Smitherman stated, I don't think that's any burden at all.
Okay.
But isn't there, you know, state land office, I mean, one is it's a major interest owner, and two is it has an entire system in place for auditing. So doesn't the state land office have needs already to get this information?
It's not as straightforward as you would think, particularly with the fact that it's a new form. So the C-115 automatically goes to the land office for processing. I should say that information from the C-115 enters into our data processing. And so we're not getting the actual form.
Right.
Does that make sense?
But you get the data you need.
But we're getting the data we need.
And so the C-115B would also be data you would need that you could get?
It is data that we need, and the timing is the issue on when we would get it. So I think the operators, if we, the land office, receive the C-115B at the same time it's provided to the division, have a better chance of being able to timely review and audit it, especially given the concerns that the land office has with basically building out our on-guard system to be able to accommodate a C-115B. The timing on that is just, you know, could potentially be years.
Well, Well, I do think, Mr. Kessler, you're on the right track about simplifying this problem. You know, again, I think there was a tendency in this to think of this rule 4 in terms of someone like the state land office who would have a huge interest plus a team to be able to evaluate. There are so many splits of royalty owners and contracts out there and timing, which I think we all mentioned is a complication. I have a really first philosophical question here. Why even the purpose of this from the division in the first place to notify royalty owners?
The intent, I think, was to exert pressure from the royalty owner to the operator, essentially to flare less or to waste less gas because they're going to have eyes on it. The more eyes on it, the more potentially, local constituency to be able to tell the operator that they needed to do a better job or to pay them or to.
Well, that's kind of how I was taking this, and I thought, well, how should I put this? I find that rather disturbing.
It's actually, North Dakota, their flaring rule partially came about because royalty owners freaked out about all of the money they were losing. And Colorado, I mean, same situation. It's a pretty common scenario there. The royalty owners have exerted pressure, and so it's not an
But were they notified and ruled into that, or did the royalty owners in their own
I think the
volition know?
testimony was Colorado's required to do it. I have to.
Yes, there was testimony that another state, I can't remember, but I think it was Colorado.
Colorado.
And maybe ownership is different. I mean, I would say that. I think land ownership varies significantly by state, so it could be something that makes a lot more sense in a different state. And certainly if all royalty owners were like the land office where they had, between a 1/8 and quarter interest, then not quarter, 1/5 interest, 1/4 interest in my group. And you notified one royalty owner and that was the end of it, then I would support this provision. But I think the level of burden that it adds to operators is just inconceivable. If you think about the fact that they're reporting on this by individual well or particularly. So, yeah.
Yeah, so are we keeping, so I know you have this first filing, does that mean then, are they still gonna have to report to the mineral estate owners on a monthly basis?
No,
Or
so
that gets-
what I would
that gets
suggest,
eliminated?
what I would propose is that 4 read as follows. Beginning
It would be June now.
June 22nd, right?
June 2022.
June 2022. The operator shall provide a copy of the C-115B to the New Mexico State Land Office for a well or facility in which the state owns a royalty interest. Provided that.
I take Commissioner Kessler, let's try that again. And just to be clear, we're not adding this as a subsection. This is going to be incorporated into 4 itself, right?
It replaces all of the current language of 4. And what I just read was just the NMOGA proposal. So I don't have that in front of you. It wasn't.
I got that in front of me.
Yeah.
All right, I will put that in.
And then we want to add, provided that.
Ooh, 1 second, please. Okay.
This I am making up, so bear with me. Provided that the operator shall notify all royalty interest owners of their ability to obtain the information from the division's website at the time the initial C-115B is filed. Now let me look at that and see if it makes.
Let me get this.
I think that's okay. What do,
No, sorry, Madam Chair, the word, there's a second word operator there right before the word ability. That doesn't belong there.
Oh, I misunderstood. So this would be the royalty interest owner?
oh, yeah. Provided that the operator shall notify all royalty interest owners of the royalty interest owner's ability to obtain information from the division's website at the time the initial C-115B is filed. I think that makes sense. The two minor points.
Can you go back, Chris?
Tell me where you'd like to go.
Yeah, there. I guess I'm sort of confused by the statement provided that, like, I don't understand that transition. It doesn't, like, what are they supposed to do? Or it doesn't,
It reads as if the operator, yeah,
no, I get
doesn't-
the back part, I don't get the transition. Like, what,
It could just be a different sentence. I'm not.
Should be.
Or you could just use the word and instead of provided that the operator shall.
or that,
That's good. Yeah.
so, oh, can you go back? Okay. Okay. That works better. Thank you, Ms. Orth.
and just a point of procedure here. I checked some of the case law. Unsurprisingly, Ms. Orth is right about the adoption of changes. And so let's talk about that when we have just a minute that we can dedicate to it to make sure we got a plan in place for that.
Okay, this language that we've included for accurately accounts for my concerns, and also I think the testimony of Nemoga and OCD witnesses. So this looks good to me. I don't know, commission members, if you.
I am good with this. I think I think it balances a little bit of everything. I know the state land office in their testimony said that this was important, and I can understand the nuances of, from my own experience, nuances of state IT systems and the challenges. So I think this is a very good kind of middle ground and balance of all of the concerns. I support.
I don't like 4 at all, so, but I think that Commissioner Kessler has done a great job of improving 4. So we'll leave it as is, but on the record, I don't like 4 at all.
Is this something we need to vote on? Just a question, procedural question.
I mean, votes never hurt. They rarely do. In this instance, I would consider, because there's such a staunch objection to it, I think now's the time to make a quick record for it.
All right, yes, let's do that.
Want to make a motion?
I'd make a motion to include the language that I just transcribed in section 19, 15, 27, 8, G 4 as amended.
I second that motion. Mr. Moander, would you please do a roll call vote from the commission?
Commissioner Kessler,
Approved.
Commissioner Engler,
No.
and the Chair Sandoval.
I approve.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Next.
Yeah. All right, we're into part 9.
No, 5.
We're not? Damn,
Is it
we're not?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 5.
They just moved the,
Yeah, that was just moved to a section later in part 9.
I agree.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
I
so
agree.
we agree with 5 removal.
Unless you want me to object and do some roll call.
That takes time.
I just put the smile on my face.
I'm glad I made you happy.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, now we're in 9. Okay, 9, let's see, B, we just as a note here, 9B is in the additional documentation, so we just need to recall that. But 9A, let's do that.
Okay, so 9A does not have proposed changes from climate advocates or NAMOGA. The division, am I looking at the right thing?
Yes.
It looked like the division changed monthly reporting to quarterly reporting and added some clarifying language. I think that the language does a good job of better identifying what's required in this provision, so I support the division's proposed changes.
Some of this time.
Do we need to account in this section anything for the 9/12, so 3/4 thing we talked about because we pushed back?
Probably.
Okay.
Is it here that we do it?
Yeah, if we agree to that concept.
No, it should, do you think it should be under accounting? Just like the first paragraph of accounting? I mean, it doesn't matter to me where it is. But
Ms. Orth or Mr. Miner, do you have any input on that? Do you have to see what we're asking?
So are you asking if the commencement date of January 1st, 2022 should be pushed back? Is that the issue? And if so, by how much?
No, it's not exactly that. It's, we had talked about yesterday, since we're cutting their time to 9 months to get into compliance. The first year, they only have to comply with 9/12 of that, but the second year, they have to get all the way there.
Then yes, because then that would
Does that
mean,
go here, or does that go in accounting? Maybe let's just keep talking about this and you can.
It does in A, last paragraph, kind of talk about in each calendar year, either shall increase the percentage of natural gas captured. So it's probably best to put in that first year this caveat of 75%.
So in A4,
yeah.
Beginning of A.
oh, you're thinking the beginning of A?
Yeah, because in A, you're describing all your reporting time deadlines. Right? You're
Yeah. So probably here. Okay. So first off, it needs to be commencing April 1st, 2022. And that is to comply or to kind of align with the reporting time frame change.
And that's not, this change shouldn't be impacting December 2026 though, right?
No.
It's in this end, then we need to change this January to an April as well to make that consistent.
No, hold on.
Oh, no, you're right. In each calendar year.
Yeah, let's get there in chunks.
in the middle there, instead of operators 2021 core report, it's really 2021 and 2022 core reports as per paragraph 2, what we did before.
Yes. So Chris, on that section, the divisions shall calculate and publish each operator's baseline. Right there.
And baseline. So
Baseline natural gas capture rate based on the operator's fourth quarter 2021 and first quarter 2022 quarterly report.
quarterly reports. Yeah, that matches the section earlier we discussed. So I think that's right, or 2020.
Should we add the caveat here, the division shall calculate and publish on the division's website, like we did earlier? Yeah. So earlier in that sentence that you just modified, it should be in the division shall calculate and publish on the division's website each operator's.
Each operator.
Yeah, perfect.
So that should tie that up then, because I think that's consistent.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so then we cleaned that piece up. In each calendar year, I think we add the caveat at the very end here. Okay.
How do we want to phrase that? I mean,
Getting there. Sorry.
You can define it in the first calendar year of what 2022, an operator may capture 75% of the baseline rates, shown in one below. Or maybe not just make it minimal, because we don't want to. We're allowing them the tolerance for 3/4 of a year, but if they can do more, you want to do more, right?
Must
Yeah.
capture at least.
At least, yeah.
at least or no less than.
Well, yeah, something that says that to be in compliance, because we're just saying an operator may capture no less
I like no less than.
than
It should be
75%.
must capture.
Must, yeah, I agree.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, sorry. No less than 75% of their annual natural gas capture percent be in compliance. I think that will capture that.
But then we need to I think that's a good sentence. And also we need to add piece to that, having to make up that extra quarter.
Oh, yeah, okay. Can we, I think the other thing, what do you think in the very beginning, instead of just in the first calendar, maybe only in the first calendar year? Do we need to do that they understand this is not only a one-time deal?
Yeah,
Yes.
I only want to, you're only giving this because of the fact that we're the way that we're not doing a full year. So that, and then Commissioner Kessler, what was it?
So they need to make up that extra 25% in the following calendar year. So we just need to draft language to address that.
Yeah, that's,
maybe we just say in calendar year 2023, operators must be in full compliance with required annual.
with the capture percentage.
natural gas capture percentage. Ms. Orth, you may be some fresh eyes. Does that make sense to you?
Give me a sec here, sorry. Yes,
Okay. Okay, I like it.
What's next?
So it looks like no changes to section 1 for anybody. Right?
Right. There are no, I'll just note, there are no changes throughout, throughout that entire section 8 from climate advocates. Let's do 3.
Yes.
I'm fine with that. I think, you know, it balances the need for some flexibility while not, you know, allowing this to sort of be a loophole. And I think it also aligns very similarly with how the division manages inactive wells. And that practice when an operator acquires another company. And so I think it aligns with the OCD's current practices.
If an operator disposes of one or more wells, do they get the same condition?
Disposes?
Like cells?
Well, that would be the opposite. Acquisition is disposition.
I mean, no, I don't think so. I
guess I don't understand this.
well, let me just detail it out how it works with inactive wells. And this may help. So with inactive wells, you can only have, say, if you have over 1,000 wells, you can only have 10 inactive wells total of your operations. So an operator, company A, currently has 9 inactive wells. They're in compliance with the rules. Then they go and acquire company B. Because they're already over 1,000 wells, they can still only have 10 inactive wells. They acquire company B, who has 1,000 more wells and another 9 inactive wells. So all of a sudden, overnight, they're now out of compliance because they have this extra 8 inactive wells. And so typically the division will enter into some sort of legally binding agreement with that company that says you have to bring these 8 wells online or plug them within X time frame.
There's nothing in 3 that talks about inactive wells.
Right, this process in my mind is analogous to how the division currently manages inactive wells. Inactive wells has nothing to do with this, other than this, in my mind, is the exact same process. If a company acquires another company who's totally failing their gas capture percentage, so, okay, let me change it. Company A, attaining gas capture percentage. Company B, not meeting gas capture percentage, totally out of compliance. Company A acquires company B, and now they're supposed to be meeting 95% gas capture limit at that time. Company B drags them down to 93%. So they're now out of compliance. What this allows is for that operator within 60 days of the acquisition, operator A, who now overnight is out of compliance, to go and meet with the division and say, we need 6 months to fix all of company B's problems and bring ourselves into compliance.
Right.
I think
in your example, then company B maybe has transferred its most, uncompliant wells to company A, And would not company B then have the ability to also say, I have a new capture plan?
So I think, yeah, I think it does cut both directions, and what I would propose is very simple. It would just say an operator's acquisition or sale of one or more wells from another operator shall not affect its annual natural gas capture requirements. I think it's somewhat implicit that the problem is going to come with acquisition rather than sale, but why not just say it? You always have to be in compliance with your natural gas capture
I'm fine with that.
On both sides.
on both sides.
Okay.
And then it also needs to say, based on its acquisition or disposition. Or sale, right above the cursor. For good cause based on its acquisition or disposition,
Or sale.
or sale,
The end of the second to last sentence. Okay. I think the date, so moving on to number 4, I think the date of March 30th actually is okay in this context.
I agree. I don't think it needs modified.
I agree.
And I agree with the changes based from the division. There's a second page for that. Hold on.
Yes, I think that this paragraph does a nice job of outlining the division's intention to address non-compliance and essentially just within the division's sort of parameter of duties. So it doesn't have to immediately, take X action against the operator, but it can do this sort of suite of different approaches. And so I think I agree. That's a long way of saying I think that this does a good job of outlining what the division can and should do in the event of non-compliance. And so I think it's a good addition or modification.
I agree, and I think there was testimony too to support that from the division and why that's important. The flexibility is important.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. B, which we probably need to look at the additional document.
Yeah, this makes it a lot easier to follow this OCD language in simply referencing the categories that are appropriate for deduction. It makes it a lot easier to follow, I think.
I would agree. It simplifies it, and it doesn't entirely mirror what NMOGA does, but I think it gets closer. Not that that's the goal, but I think it accomplishes what NMOGA is trying to do in simplifying it. It's just a slightly different way. Now, I would say NMOGA proposed, look at the date change, no later than February 28th, whereas the division kept the 15th. I do recall testimony about this, that they just want like 2 weeks after they submit their C-115 report to like
Oh,
kind of holistically look at the data, and I'm fine with that. I don't think extending the date by 2 weeks is gonna make or break this system, and if it means that the division gets better data quality, then I think I support the date change.
Just to be clear, the commission wants to see the division's final changes to 9B, including 1, 2, and 3, or are you just looking at B itself?
No, we're looking at 1, 2, 3.
yeah, so 1, 2, 3 are red line, are stricken from,
Right.
yeah, so we
Yeah.
agree with all of that.
All right, and we're changing the date from at the beginning from February 15th to the 28th?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second, please. Oops.
Madam Chair, I believe Climate Advocates also has a proposed change in B3.
Oh. Yes. What are they trying to do? I think it's numbering. And this is just another point, and maybe Mr. Moaner, this is like part of what you look at. We're gonna have to make sure the cross references all match up, because we have added some sections here and there.
Yes, that is correct.
So I, J, and M in climate advocates proposal. I is the transported, the gas not suitable for transportation. J is pneumatics. M is exploratory.
So I think all three of those are included in divisions exclusions, right? In other words, it's not accounted for in 3, whatever it was.
Yes.
Lost. I believe what Climate Advocates is saying that these should be included as part of the volume loss.
And I think we have sort of talked about that one. I think with the pneumatic controllers,
It's the
it's
normal
the
operation.
use of it's the normal operation, and it's the again, I think it ties back to the on lease gas use, which is typically defined as a beneficial use, and I think we have a hard time going contrary to that, and I think we've determined that the normal operations is not waste, and so therefore it should not count against you. Now, abnormal operations, yes, it should. So then what were the other ones? The exploratory well and the pipeline. I mean, I think we addressed the pipeline stuff. And that 2 will count against you as long as I too will count against you as if it's something that was caused by the operator's operations. But I don't think that flaring of nitrogen, H2S, or CO2 should count against you if it doesn't meet pipeline specs, because that's just not
It's not excessive because it has to be done.
right.
And it's also reasonable because
Right. I don't think it meets those definitions, the definition of waste.
I think it does meet the definition of waste, so it should not count against you.
Right. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, it gets hard to follow.
So and then the last one was what? Oh, the exploratory wells. Again, I don't know if that would meet the definition.
Now I can't remember if I said that.
I think you said it backwards.
I think I might have said it backwards. So flaring for exploratory wells is reasonable, and so it is not waste, so it should not count against you.
And same for pipeline specifications.
Right. Because in both cases,
They're not
they're
waste.
not waste,
Yes.
because they're not.
Because they're necessary and not excessive. So I disagree with Climate Advocates' proposal because those categories have been deemed not waste. And I still think that the OCD updated 9B is appropriate.
I agree.
All right.
Commissioner Kessler, any issue?
No, I'm sorry. I agree.
Thank you.
Where are we?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
B4.
Yeah, okay.
No changes. From Namoga until we go down to 4D1. I don't-
No changes from climate advocacy.
So the striking of paragraph D is acceptable to each member?
I don't think we have gotten there yet. I guess I'm not sure what D adds. Why do you need to? So they are timely reporting it on a C-129 or C-141, whichever is appropriate for the rule.
I don't know.
I don't see a problem with striking that.
I don't either.
No, I think it's good.
Okay. All right, D1. Namoga proposes to make it once per year.
I think there was rebuttal testimony on this from the division, which I'm pulling. Are we 94? Yeah. So Namoga suggests that the changed frequency matches the requirement for annual instrument monitoring for gathering pipelines. These requirements serve different purposes and are not intended to be parallel. Instrument monitoring for pipelines is intended for basic operational integrity.
I think this is different. That was testimony on part 28.
No.
No, well-
This is 9B. I think we should press it on.
Yeah, I think maybe Nova changed their rationale for why they wanted it to be twice a year, but
They want it to be once a year.
yeah, so basically, and then the division goes on to say operators have no obligation to use alarm technologies or to seek a credit, but to obtain a credit, operators must show a greater commitment to using the technologies in mere compliance with the proven operator standard. So I think that
the burden in order to get a credit should be
higher.
higher. And so I think twice, as the division proposes, is appropriate.
I would agree with that.
I agree, yeah, that rebuttal testimony from Mr. Mullender, I think was quite correct.
We're keeping it twice. 5. C. And I don't see any changes from either other party.
Oh, this makes sense to me. Yeah, they're just making sure that they're reiterating what the method needs to be.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense.
That's correct.
Good on that one. Are there any other changes until we get to C? I don't see any other from.
Five, there's a proposed change from private advocates.
Oh, okay. Where? Maybe I'm missing it. I don't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That was a little too excited.
C. I don't see any changes from the other parties. This is where, oh, wait, no, never mind.
Yeah, this spells out kind of what the procedure and rights are if, in the event that there's disagreement between the division and how an operator is submitting information.
And I think some of this language is that section that was moved from previous in the rule to here.
So I agree here with what the division is intending to do, setting out a procedure for agreement resolution in the event that third-party verification becomes problematic.
I agree.
Madam Chair, this is Felicia. Before you leave the alarm section of the rules, I would just point out there was a public comment which proposed some changes, including asking the commission to require the division to publish a list, for example, of approved alarm technology. I think it came from Honeywell. I mentioned it in my hearing officer report. I'm not sure if Mr. Moander would agree that it, would meet the logical outgrowth test, but I did want to bring it up.
my thought on that is that makes sense as a logical outgrowth. I think the question is, what evidence does the commission have about the particulars, like as manufacturers and so on, of alarm technology? Like, what I'm looking for that, and I don't know that we've got much evidence on that.
I guess I don't think we're supposed to dictate right here and now what those are. I think if I'm understanding Ms. Orth, and if I'm recalling now that document, I think they just are wanting some sort of publication of a list, not that we have to spell that out now, but some language that's said on, I don't know, April 1st or January 1st of every year, or the divisions help publish a list of, I mean, I would think that would be good business practice just in general. I guess maybe the question is whether or not we actually put it into the rule.
Well, but that goes to my point here. Do we have any evidence about alarm technology that would go to that level of detail? Like, even if it's just a single clause in here that says that the commission would publish that. I'm trying to figure out what evidence there is that might support that amendment.
Well, I guess that would be the public comment that was just stated, right?
Right, and so then that brings to the question of if a comment brought this up, Dr. Engler, would it be incorrect of me to construe a comment concerning alarm technology to be technical?
Well, yeah, I agree. It's, the selection, the evaluation would be technical. I think the thing that I'm looking at is in B accounting under 4, it says division approved alarm technology. So at some point, the division's going to review and provide alarm technology. So why not just put division approved alarm technology published on the website? Or the list is published on the website.
I mean, that would be a very simple way to do it.
And then everyone would know. I agree with what you're saying, Mr. Melander. We did not really hear a lot of evidence supporting this, what technologies. But I guess I don't have a problem if the division has done its due diligence and has approved these technologies. It should be published on the website.
And that makes sense given that this is, it says division approved alarm technology. So the presumption is, as you noted, there is some sort of, whether it's a list or whatever the case is, but there are approved alarm technologies by the division. So granting access to that information, I see this is not, then it wouldn't be technical given that we've got this particular verbiage that's in the rule stating the division has this information.
That's my thought. I don't know what the rest of you guys think.
Which number was that again?
Again, it's under B accounting under number 4. He has it right up there. Mr. Melander does.
Here, I'll fill it.
They use a division approved alarm technology.
Oh, okay. And we could just, I agree, just very simply say published on the OCD website or the division website.
Yeah.
Do we know if that information is published or collected anywhere? Do we know that? Does the commission?
The division's going to have to decide. At this point,
It doesn't exist.
it doesn't exist.
Okay. Well, but I say that in the fact that there's it's prospective rulemaking, I suppose. All right.
Okay. And then going back to part C.
Hold on, let me put this in a better place. How about let me clean, I like it.
Should it be a separate provision under I mean,
Yeah,
but it could be like an E or something that just says the division shall publish on its website a list of accepted or approved alarm technologies.
I think that's a preferable way to do it.
And trying to shoehorn it into that other provision, I think, is awkward.
I don't have a strong preference. So
Works
that's
for me.
fine.
Yeah.
I would say shall be published.
All right, shall be published. Does that work?
Yeah, great.
All right. C. I think basically we were at the part of approving the changes in C.
Yeah, I think I previously discussed the reasons that I approve it and support the division's proposed language.
And I
there
agree.
are no other proposed changes.
I agree.
Okay. D. I'll just say that there are no comments from the other parties until we get to D5. And then there's a change from client advocates.
So D1, the division has just changed to,
We need to make sure that that says after the effective date of the rule.
oh yeah,
Which subsection are we in?
D1.
Wait, am I lost again? Oh,
Down.
up here.
No,
Down,
down. Big D, not little d.
Oh, all the way. Oh, okay. You guys got way ahead of me. All right, so there's no issue with
Yeah, we
subsection
already
C.
discussed that. We discussed that before we finished alarm, then we finalized.
Okay.
it.
We all accept.
You
All
guys,
there.
you guys hop all over. I'm like, wait, who's on first?
Yeah.
What's on second?
okay. So then we need to change that date, Mr. Melander. After the of the rule.
To, what, we're changing to what?
After the effective date of the rule.
Oh, yes.
I am, so D and E, the additions there. I believe, I can't recall. But I think these are good additions. I think it will add some technical content to the natural gas management plan that's positive. And it's important to understand how the operator intends to minimize venting.
I think these are important and substantive additions.
Yes.
The division discussed them, provided testimony about why they were important. And I agree with these changes.
I agree.
Dr. Engler?
Yeah, I'll do it. No one else, no, disagree with that?
No disagreements
Okay,
in the
okay.
rest of the rule from NMOGA.
Okay, then I'm good.
Rule meaning part 27. 2, we need to look at that date. Is that appropriate? I think it should be now. It should be April 1.
guess to continue that, won't you have to say if the APD is submitted, what, in the second quarter of 2022?
Okay, this is maybe a dumb question, but shouldn't that be 2023? How are they gonna know in 2022 when you're just starting your gas, to meet your gas capture percentage?
The first
If
is
you're
your baseline.
cumulatively for the year. I guess so, isn't the certification in 2023, right? The first certification, you know, on the, whatever, the 28th of February, that you're in compliance in 2023. How is the operator at the very beginning of April, when they just start trying to attain the gas capture percentage? At the time it submits an APD for a new or recompleted well, is cumulatively for the year not in compliance with its baseline natural gas.
So they'll be in compliance at the beginning of 2023 because all they're doing in 20.
They'll be in compliance at the beginning of 2022, in April of 2022, right?
Yeah.
Because they inherently can't be out of compliance until the next year. If the APD is submitted. This is really awkwardly worded in my mind. Is it just me?
It's a little bit of an awkward concept, so.
I mean, I guess they're trying to address that with this, is submitted in 2022 or is submitted in 2023. But I'm. I guess, okay, what it's saying,
Once the baseline has been established.
if you drop below it.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's saying.
Yeah.
Now that I read it 6 times. I think that's what it's trying to say. In 2022, once you've established your baseline, if you drop below your baseline.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it that 2022 now? Second quarter of 2022.
I think so.
So April 1st of 2022.
It's submitted after
After,
April
yeah,
1st in 2022.
Yeah.
Chris, do you see that? It should be after April 21st, 2022.
April 21st or April 1st?
After, it needs to be after April 1st.
2022.
Yes.
I think the 2023 is okay.
Well, okay,
Yes.
yes. Should it be on or after April 1st?
No, April Fool's Day we give them a break.
We'll give them April Fool's Day.
I don't, sure if you want.
I think it should be on or after.
Yeah, because that's the deadline. I mean,
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Okay. And I am on board with all those changes now that I understand it.
any other comment?
No, it's good.
Agreed.
Okay. To be 3. I think that makes sense. They may not have, I mean, this is for production operators. I'm not sure they're going to have the map of the gathering system.
Yeah, I I think actually it was established through testimony, will quite likely not have
Yeah.
an app as a gathering system. So I think this change is to accommodate testimony that operators wouldn't have that information. So I think this change makes a lot of sense.
I agree. Dr. Ringler?
Oh, yeah. I feel well.
Okay, 4B4.
Yes, and again, I think
Yeah.
they're not gonna have the entire capacity, daily capacity of the gathering system, so it makes sense to limit it to that portion.
Nor does it matter if it's not part of the gathering
Yeah.
system that they're connecting into.
Yeah.
So this makes it more relevant. Dr. Ringler?
Yes. So Demoga didn't challenge any of these?
I
No.
don't know, I feel like we missed a couple pages.
Okay, well,
Yeah, no, they don't have anything. The remainder of the rule. Once we get to 5, there's a comment from climate advocates, but we're not there yet. C2.
Yes, it makes sense to have it be at the date of first production, because that's when it matters that the pipeline can carry that volume.
Yeah, and depending on how far you plan ahead, it may not be relevant at that time. We heard testimony on that. I agree with C2, Dr. Ringler.
yep.
C3. I mean, this just aligns it with what was said above. It aligns it with B4.
I like the use of the direct verb. Yes, I agree with this. I think it. I think it aligns with the prior provisions and that's.
Yeah, it's consistent. That's cool. That's good.
Agree. 3. I think that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my question is, does the division get any say in that, or like the operator just says it's confidential and there's no, it seems like it takes some of the discretion of the division, but I don't know what that, I'd have to look at that statute.
I don't know that the division really.
I'm pulling that up right now.
I guess, but does the division need to? I mean, does it matter?
I mean, I think that it would. I don't think that anything in what this currently says takes away the division's legal team's ability to review whether or not confidentiality has been properly asserted by an operator. So I'm fine with it.
I agree with Commissioner Kessler that this really, it says assert, or the word is assert. An assertion does not presume automatic granting or recognition. I'm pulling up that statute right now too, so we can take a look at it. I think here's our answer. So it looks like it actually does trigger automatic confidentiality with exception for statistical collection.
Is there any concern with that? I guess I'm,
No, I mean, I think if the information is confidential, if it meets the criteria of the statute, then it is confidential, and the division doesn't have, the division have The division maintains discretion, as I read this, to review the assertion for alignment with the criteria in the statute. And if, for example, an operator tried to claim that something was confidential, tried to assert confidentiality on something that did not appropriately meet the criteria, the division counsel could just say that it doesn't meet the criteria. So I don't think it automatically would give confidentiality to information that doesn't meet the criteria in the confidentiality statute.
That makes sense. That sounds very legal.
And I agree with Commissioner Kessler. So there's nothing in this paragraph that gives me any heartburn.
Okay, all right, then I agree with the changes.
I agree.
All right, so then walking down to 5. And Climate Advocates does have edits to 5. And I remember there's rebuttal testimony on this, I think.
Yeah, it looks like
I feel like they talked about it was implied.
well, and then the climate advocate says OCD objected in its rebuttal exhibit, but climate advocates didn't have a chance to respond because they didn't have a response to.
What was the justification of OCD as to why they didn't want the and selects this piece?
What provision?
It was in 5.
Madam Chair, it was from Mr. Bolander, and it says OCD prefers a performance standard to a prescriptive mandate. Operators should be able to use any alternative use appropriate for the situation, be given the discretion using good engineering judgment to change those uses depending on the circumstances. OCD's objective is to encourage better production practices, not to micromanage field operations. Additionally, it is unrealistic to expect that operators have a plan for 100%. No beneficial use is 100%. The objective is to require planning, not to compel operators to shut in wells.
I think, well, okay, so I agree that we don't want to, I think throughout this, the division has stated they want to provide flexibility and the options for technology that we can't evaluate today because it doesn't exist to allow for innovation. But would that, I mean, in my mind, would that not fall under the other alternative beneficial uses approved by the division? I mean, I also seem to recall that it was like, well, if they don't, if it says evaluate, but they're inherently have to select something, I guess, or the plan's not going to be approved. But I guess I'm not seeing the huge problem with saying something like submits a venting and flaring plan to the division that evaluates and selects potential alternative beneficial use. And if they wanted to change it down the road, they could resubmit the plan.
So climate advocates didn't, I think climate advocates did consider the rebuttal testimony and did use the words select one or more of the potential alternative uses. I think that's their response to that.
Let me ask this, maybe I don't understand, maybe I don't understand, so. Okay, operators shall either shut in the well until they get certification, right? Or submit a venting and flaring plan to division. The division says this to evaluate. So if I submit a venting and flaring plan and just evaluate, am I not meeting the obligation of what the division is saying? And therefore, I think, what's the other option? I can then vent and flare?
I think that's what the concern is from climate advocates. It just says you have to submit a plan to evaluate it, but it doesn't actually require the operators to evaluate and utilize.
Right. If the intent is that they must not vent and flare, and therefore we want them to use one or more of these, then I think climate advocates has the right word.
I would almost say though, instead of selects, I would say utilizes. I can select something, but not actually put it to use.
Well,
And we're certain the intent of the division is to have them.
So, well,
I think the intention is, yeah, for them to utilize one of these, because if I'm recalling right, it's like, so you either need to, in this plan, you need to be able to hook up to a pipeline and your gas go down the pipeline, or you need to have some sort of beneficial use, one or the other, so that you're not just openly venting or flaring all of the gas. And so it makes sense in my mind that you need to evaluate and then subsequently use one of those. I mean, I could see where the division would be like, obviously you have to use it.
But this, but again, climate advocates better define that you will select.
I am inclined to include.
Well, they do come, their second change is to ensure that the natural gas is put to alternative use or uses. So that kind of captures your utility performance. Which you could get away from. But I think we're all in agreement that's the direction we're going.
I would prefer though to say utilize over selects. I still think select is, it doesn't imply use. It just means that.
Okay. Yeah, it utilizes one or more.
Yeah. So, Chris, it should be after the subsection D of 1915-27-7 NMAC, or submit a venting and flaring plan to the division that evaluates and utilizes one or more of the potential alternative beneficial uses for the natural gas. I guess how do we feel about the second addition?
So you utilize that. So.
Yeah, I don't like the word select. I guess what's the point of that? Is that redundant? It seems a little redundant to me.
Evaluates potential alternative beneficial uses and something about it. I mean, I assume the goal here when we use the word like utilize is to implement. I mean, is that's the ultimate objective here, right?
Right. I think we're looking at the second statement climate advocates made. I feel like it's a little redundant to the change we just made, but maybe.
Let's defer to the lawyer on that one.
All right.
I'm a lawyer.
This is Irene.
Hey,
Hello.
this is actually.
Hello. This is Irene.
Hey, Irene.
Dr. England, you to lean more towards your microphone or speak up. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. That's only my first one today.
Don't brag.
I'm trying to keep it to a low.
We're trying to help you out.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think that we could pick one or the other, and the requirement of action is the intent of climate advocates, and I think that either of those provisions would accomplish that. I don't think that we need both. I'm just like stewing a little bit over how we would have a plan that evaluates and utilizes, because it's just a plan.
So how about evaluate
Utilize.
potential alternative beneficial uses and subsequently implements one?
No. And I think that's the point of why they use select. Because
I see where your
certifies
point
future
is.
intended compliance. I mean, it's just like, I think that's why they use the word select, because it's future action.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it seems to me that with the submitting an evaluation, it's really a proposal that's being tendered. It's that we have made these evaluations and we think this is the best option.
Okay, I see the reason for the word select. I still don't like the word, but I see the.
Yeah, it's not implementation, which is I think how the term's been read.
Yeah. Okay, I could be fine with the word select.
The dog likes it too.
Yeah, the dog likes it.
You know, I'm dog sitting starting this afternoon, so I apologize in advance if you hear a bunch of dog wrestling going on in the background.
It's all right. That's like my daily life.
It's, well, God, you know, bless my wife who is more flexible today than I.
I still think that it's redundant to put that second addition in there. So I think we just leave it at that.
And you're talking about the addition to,
Climate Advocates has a second proposed
yes.
addition.
I said, okay, yeah.
That seems redundant to me. I think the intent is captured in that statement right there.
All right, are the changes otherwise acceptable?
Yes.
Yes. And I am good with the elimination of G. I think it was just redundant. And the addition of the word beneficial to I. Everybody else good with those?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay. All right, 6. There are a couple edits. Nope, never mind, not in 6 and 7.
No, there's
Climate Advocates.
6B.
60 in the division proposal.
A2, there's a different
Oh.
reference. I think
yeah.
that's right, though. I think the reference to 5 is correct. Okay, so 6B.
That's 6A should be paragraph 5, not 4, right?
Yes,
Correct.
that's what we're validating. 6B.
I like the addition. Oh, wait. Yeah, I like the addition of the time frame that the division adds.
I think this makes complete sense.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, yes.
All good. And 6B. And 7, climate advocates, and there was quite a bit of testimony on this, wants to auto deny. I think. And they want to add an 8, so we need to address that. Oh, hold on. They want to sort of they want to break it apart. They want to break 7 apart and add an 8. Okay, so let's look at climate advocates proposed 7, and then we can go to their proposed 8, which sort of encompasses the divisions part 7. Okay. I think we got a lot of testimony on this, and the division wants to retain its discretion and authority on actions that it can take.
Yeah, I'm looking at the division's rebuttal testimony. OCD's proposal provides appropriate enforcement discretion to deal with operators who submit APDs but were not in compliance with their capture requirements or do not have 100% takeaway capacity. OCD can condition the APDs and or take other enforcement action, including assessment of civil penalties. Operators who are out of compliance must submit more robust gas management plans and cannot spud any wells they are in compliance. Both EDF's proposal would severely and inappropriately restrict OCD's enforcement discretion and make it difficult for operators to simultaneously pursue both compliance and development of the oil and gas resource, which requires advanced planning, including capital allocation, reservoir mapping, and personnel and equipment decisions. That's for both proposed B7 and B8.
I'm not on board with, I think, limiting, for all of those reasons, limiting the division's options, so to say.
Well, I think there's competing testimony between the division and climate advocates on this one, and I would defer to the division's evaluation of its own assessment of its enforcement action.
I couldn't have said that any better.
It was beautiful.
Okay.
I do agree. I mean, I do recall quite a bit of testimony back and forth on both sides.
Speak up, please.
I do recall quite a bit of testimony on this on both sides. But I do think that, I believe that OCD has succinctly put together what they think they have, that they can be able to enforce what needs to be done. Actually, so I agree with Commissioner Kessler's assessment.
I agree with both of what Commissioner Kessler and Dr. Engler have said. So let's move to 8 in their proposal, since they sort of cut up 7. It's sort of in 2 pieces.
So I think 8 is only necessary if we were to approve their 7, right?
I think in part, I'm looking at least a chunk of this. If the, so if we were to say, you know, so if it were to be, if the operator does not make a certification or fails to submit an adequate venting and flaring plan, and then, you know, the climate advocates is saying, which I think the venting and flaring plan is in what we just talked about in 5. That provides for alternative uses for the anticipated volume of natural gas produced on the first production of the well. I could be okay, I think, with adding that portion of the statement, stopping with first production from the well. Or even that provides for alternative uses for the anticipated volume of natural gas and leave it at that. I'm not sure produced on the first production is really necessary. I think it's implied. I think that just adds a point of clarification as to what the natural gas venting and flaring plan is. I'm not opposed to that. Now, once we get down to to B, that's another conversation. But I could be okay adding in after venting and flaring plan that provides for alternative uses for the anticipated volume of natural gas.
But isn't that in 7? So look at the division proposal for 7. But I may well be missing something. I'm getting tired, but
I think so predominantly it's there, fails to submit an adequate venting and flaring plan, and it leaves it at that.
oh, and it doesn't talk about the alternative uses.
Right. I mean, I think this is just like a caveat almost.
Doesn't an adequate venting and flaring plan include the alternative uses?
It does.
Yeah.
And so I think it's implied without adding that language.
That's correct.
But if it provides a point of clarification that's important, then I'm not opposed to it either. At least that subset of that language.
So 8 wouldn't be in addition to the division's current 7.
No.
It would be adding a little bit of language to the division's current 7.
Yes.
I see what you're saying. I was like, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry, I did not clarify that. In not adding another 8, but adding that little caveat into the language in 7. I think that, as Dr. Winkler said, it is already implied. I don't even know if implied strong enough. It's apparent. I don't know.
So the language would read something like, if the operator does not make a certification or fails to submit an adequate venting and flaring plan, which includes alternative uses for the anticipated volume of natural gas produced.
Yes. And then go back,
Or if the division determines that the operator, okay,
yes,
and then just hop back in our normal.
yes.
I think that's redundant, but okay.
I agree it is redundant. But I'm also, again, not opposed to the redundancy.
How does that appear?
Natural gas produced. I think, which provides for the alternative beneficial uses for the anticipated volume of natural gas produced.
So you want to remove the shall include language?
No, I'm fine with, oh,
I would say maybe inclusive of instead of which shall include.
that sounds good. So get rid of which too.
And then use including.
No, inclusive of.
Okay.
It's important that it's understandable that that condition only applies to the adequate venting and flaring plan, not the certification for.
Yes. If the operator just.
With such plan, including alternative, because that would make that much clearer.
It seems sort of awkward.
Operator does not make a certification. Fails to submit an adequate venting and flaring.
We can't hear Commissioner Kessler.
I'm just talking to myself, it's not for the record.
We're getting mumbly at this point.
It's about time for a break, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Well,
I agree.
Let's finish this. We're almost there. I don't disagree. But let's finish 27.
So the yeah, it is a touch verbose, but we want to make clear that the inclusion of alternative beneficial uses applies to the flaring plan, not the certification. So I think it does have to be a little more wordy.
I think Mr. Molander is the which such plan I'm stuck on.
Okay, so we've got to, if I understand this correctly, the alternative beneficial use, that is brought out through the producer's venting and flaring plan, right? That's where the beneficial use language is coming from, is going to be through that plan. So if we're going to add that language, I think we need to be clear that the alternative beneficial use has to come through the plan and is not the certification.
I very much agree with you, it's just the wording.
Can't we just say which, I mean, why not just say if the operator does not make a certification or fails to submit an adequate venting and flaring plan, which includes alternative beneficial uses, blah, 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 or, and just say which includes.
All right, so the problem that I foresee with this is what is the which? Is it the certification or the plan? I mean, I understand it's in fact the plan, but the language could leave it, it's vague.
Ms. Orth, do you have any thoughts on this one?
All right, so sorry, word smithing like this on the flies is just a little challenging, because we do obviously want it to be understandable and even, elegant if we can manage it. But it would help to just take a minute to reflect on it, for example. This and maybe, a few other phrases that have been awkward.
Okay, well, then let's finish out 7B
Well, let me ask this,
or not.
is there a reason why we couldn't have this, if the operator, 1, does not make a certification, or 2, fails to submit an adequate venting and flaring plan, which includes blah, blah, or 3.
Yes.
Ooh, I like
if the
that.
division determines, then that separates all 3 components into their own individual.
That's beautiful.
Very elegant.
Elegant?
That is elegant.
I've never been elegant in English.
I like it. Beautiful.
Still not elegant English.
Your moment of shining.
My contribution.
This is your fingerprint of approval.
Yeah, and then I guess you'll have to change A and B below to something else, I guess.
It'd be probably 1 and 2 little eyes.
Double I, or,
Yeah.
I got a lot. I guess, yeah, to be consistent, little I, double
That was great, Dr. Ingvar.
Right, this is gonna look ugly, but the important thing is I know what it means.
That's fine. All right.
Actually, I don't think little I and little 2I fits under C there.
No, it doesn't actually.
Because it applies to A, B, and C.
Yeah, that's where this breakdown doesn't work quite right.
Should we
That
take
could
a
be-
look back and figure out the tabulation?
Do we want to just discuss B, at least the substance part, and then we can figure out the construct here? I mean, I think B is almost what we discussed with the breakdown of 7 here, where we're taking the division's enforcement authority and discretion away with the changes that are proposed in Crime Advocates 8B.
Yeah, I've already stated the reasons that I believe that the division should have deference to its interpretation of how to employ its enforcement mechanisms. So I think that it equally applies to Climate Advocates proposed 8A and B as it did to 7A and B.
I agree. Dr. Ringler?
I agree.
Okay. Go ahead.
So can we, okay, so under C, there's time of well will be spud. And then can we not then bring the division may, bring that to a separate line? And the division may, let's see how, with this division may, based on, so, you know, how you want to say it? Division may based on the above, or based on ABC, or whatever you want to say, the division may do deny or approve, division approve. Right?
I think it's even more fundamental than that, Commissioner England. I was actually going to make a similar suggestion that 7 start with the division may deny the APD or conditionally approve the APD if the operator does not. But I believe we need to separate out A and B from C. Because it's about making a certification or failing to submit an adequate venting and flaring plan, or if the division determines that the operator will not have adequate capacity.
That's elegant, I like that.
Okay. All right, great. I'm glad I've given you to make fun of me. Thank you.
That's no fun. That's a compliment. You guys agree?
No, I do.
No, you don't agree?
No, I do.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Let me try to clarify myself.
I'm seeing now why Climate Advocates broke this out a bit. Because I could see this going to be making a separate 8 for the C and its subparts.
I mean, I'm not opposed to structuring this however works the best, as long as the intent of what we're trying to do is translated here. That I'm fine with. I don't, to be honest, how this is specifically structured, I mean, I'm very open to that, but the intent of what we're trying to do is the only.
I think this looks good. I like how we have it drafted.
How will you, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kessler.
I think this looks good.
Is it sits now?
We'll have to kill the bottom part.
Yeah, you'll have to take away after C, starting with the division may.
And then bring this up?
No, just get rid of all of it.
Yeah, but see, this is where we have the division may, and see that.
We'll have to get rid of that too.
No, get rid of all of it. We put that at the top now.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yes.
Okay, that works too.
Then under A, make a certification, that or needs to stay there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
perfect.
All right, before we leave this, I do want to just make a point here because this issue got raised with me. So there's an issue with citation format for the register. And this is, so everyone can take a look at this, it is G2M, I think, G2M. It says other surface waste defined and so, well, other surface waste as defined. I changed what was originally in the NMOGA language, and I reorganized this for a proper citation. Do any of the commissioners have an objection to that change to comport with the style requirements?
No, I understand why that change was made. And I agree with that. Thank you, Mr. Miranda.
No, I don't understand it, but I'm good with it.
I'm good with it.
All right.
Okay, so I think we're gonna take a break, but I'm just a thought. I think for part 28, it would actually be exceptionally helpful, Mr. Molander, if you could send me this document so we can print it out. And I think it would be helpful to have the changes we want to make in part 27 next to the changes in part 28, so we can make that process smoother.
I will do the best I can, given the limitations of the technology here. Okay, so let me kind of explain this briefly. So I've got every document up on a second. I've only got two screens. I've got all the party documents on my small screen, and I'm sharing my large one. If we start doing that, my concern is I'm going to not only run out of space to navigate documents, but two, having tried this before, this can take some effort going back and forth between documents.
That's not what I'm saying. I think you're misunderstanding me. What I would like to do is, can you send me the document you have up here?
Yes.
Email it to me as is. I don't care how ugly it is. And so I can run upstairs during this break and print it out. And then the commissioners will have it in front of them so that you don't have to go back and forth, back and forth. I think that will make this process exceptionally helpful for the commissioners. At least it will for me.
I will send this document over momentarily.
I'd like it as well, Chris, if you would, please. This is Felicia.
Sure. As long as no one complains that it's bleeding everywhere, we should be good to go.
It can bleed all it wants to. Yeah, if you could just send it to me and I will get it printed out. And let's, do you want 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Probably need 20 minutes just to be safe here. So let's come back at 3:05, around 3:05. All right. And once we get it, I'll print it out, and then and that's going to eliminate you having to jump back and forth.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thanks. All right, everyone. Irene, are you with us?
I am here.
All right. Mr. Moander,
I am present.
Ms. Orth,
Sorry. Yes, I'm here.
all right. We're here.
Let's roll.
Okay, part 28. We got the printout for the documents, so thank you. All right, part 28, let's go.
Okay.
Oh,
1 second.
just a reminder, we're gonna have to do the part 7 and like 17. Remember the small changes?
Yeah.
Those are pretty minimal. Okay.
So let me pop up the share here. And just for the sake of clarity for everybody, this courtesy of Mr. Ames, this is a version of part 28 that incorporates through the final changes proposed, I think it was on the 5th, by the division. So those are already folded in here, just so everyone understands that.
Okay, great. Can you make it a little bigger, please? Thank you.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right, 1915-28-6 adds the word protect that aligns with the language in 1915-27-6. And I believe that should be added and accepted.
I agree.
Agree.
C, 1915-28-7C. I agree with these changes. Custody transfer typically occurs at a sales meter, and that's the best sort of usual demarcation. Without that language, I do not think the definition would be clear enough and would provide uncertainty.
Agreed.
I also agree.
All right, D, emergency. This emergency definition is slightly nuanced to part 27. Also, I'll note that there are changes proposed from NMOGA in 5 and 6. Let's look at 4 first. Sorry, I was missing one document. Okay, so paragraph 2 of subsection D in here states as soon as possible, but no more than 12 hours after discovery of an emergency or malfunction, the operator shall provide verbal notification to each upstream operator whose gathering system or whose natural gas is gathered from the gathering system that is affected, shall provide written confirmation of the verbal notification, blah, blah, blah. Basically, that's the notification provision. So an emergency does not include an event arising from or related to unscheduled maintenance or malfunction that results in the venting or flaring of natural gas by an upstream operator. Basically, if the midstream operator doesn't comply with the notification requirements, they don't get to call it an emergency.
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense, because that notification provision is key to preventing waste on the production operator side.
Right.
And so I think that's a critical addition.
Correct.
Approve of 4.
Yes.
5. Okay, what did we do here in? I think we created another.
Yeah, I think we bumped it down the line.
Okay, so what we did is the operator's negligence. Okay, Mr. Molander, we want to mimic what we did in 27. So on 5, it just is going to say the operator's negligence, and then the including is going to go on a new line. So create a new 6.
Yeah.
Get rid of the word including and A, so it starts with reoccurring equipment failure. Okay. All right, so it should say reoccurring equipment failure with occurrence, oh God, of X and Z and Y in the, what the heck?
So we did not, I just realized that there's some highlights in there that we did not cycle back to. I don't know that we made a final, you made a final decision.
No, we were gonna mimic what we did in 7. So
Right.
should read, yeah, we needed to circle back to that. So let's just on the record say that these changes are for part 27 and 28 regarding this, since they're identical and the reasonings for both industries will be identical. So it should be reoccurring equipment failure. 4 or more times within a single reporting area pursuant to subsection A of 1915 28-9 in this case, NMAC, experienced by the operator within the preceding 30 days. And that would be basically identical to what we would say in 1915 27 7. What? Hold on. 27 7
7, 8,
7 8 6.
All right, well, give me just a moment to get this tidied up. I'm fixing the 27 now. Let's see, current.
Yeah.
And in 27,
27, it should be identical, except the citation should be 19, 15, 27, 7. No. Oh, no, it would be, we'd have to check the citation on that. It basically needs to refer to the single reporting area. So we want the language to be identical, except in 27, the citation needs to point to the part in part 27. And in part 28, it needs to point, 28 needs to point to 1915, 28, 10.
And that is, that's subsection A on 10.
I can't see what you're doing because it's jumping around so much.
Well, let me take a look.
19, 15, 28, 10 in an AC, because that's what defines the reporting area.
And in subsection, so this is the citation here. So subsection A, that looks, all right.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let me get back to the top.
So, Madam Chair, at some point, I don't want to interrupt your momentum here, but at some point, I think it would be worthwhile to revisit some of the language from 9A that you're now bringing into 28, and it would just be clarification of what you had back in 9A. But I don't know if you want to do that now, or you just want to keep your momentum and we can do it because it's just wordsmithing.
Why don't we reevaluate it as it sits in here, and then anything that's left over we can go back to.
Okay. Sorry, it's where are you? So the point is, for example, that a reference to a 2021 baseline doesn't make sense insofar as you've effectively extended the baseline into 2022, for example.
Where are you talking about this 2021?
9A.
In part 27?
Yeah.
I sort of don't know if I want to go back yet.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I just wanted to speak up and then maybe just have a placeholder. That's all.
Okay, that works.
Thanks.
Okay.
And I made those corrections to 27, part 27, for the definition on emergency.
Great. And the reason we want to do that is what we documented as we were talking about part 27. We went over this rather extensively, and so that justification still applies to part 28.
Okay.
And same thing for number 6. I think we want to, well, now new number 7. I think we want to mirror what we did in part 27. Which is to say it should be 4. I don't know where we are now on the screen.
All right, this is 27.
Thank you. All right, it should be 4.
So in part 28, it should be 4 or more emergencies.
Within the preceding 30 days.
So let me just pull this language. All right.
And that will be identical to what we did in part 27. And again, all of those justifications that were discussed in part 27 apply directly to part 28. Any objections, Dr. Engler?
No, I'm with you. I do understand.
Okay. And so we are rejecting Namoga's proposals for the exact same reasons as was discussed in part 27.
So are we on Claire's stack?
Yes.
Yes.
Again, I think we want to mimic what was done in part 27, and for all the reasons stated there, accept those changes. Gathering pipeline, this one's new. No comments by other parties. I think that is a very simple definition, very clear, easy to follow, and captures the intent. Any objections, Dr. Engler?
No, it's just gathering pipeline that gathers. Okay, I'm good.
Okay. Malfunction. Again, we want to mimic what was in part 27. And for all the reasons stated there, we agree with the removal of and requires correction.
Correct.
Correct.
Natural gas gathering system. This is a new one. I think after is a more clear word from, I'm not sure from in which direction, would be unclear in my mind. After is very clear. And so, yeah, that's the very definition of a gathering system, from the custody transfer point to the inlet of the gas processing plant. So I think those are perfect definitions and align with testimony as to what the intent of the regulation should be.
No, I agree. It's very clear.
Commissioner Kessler?
I agree, yes.
All right, vent and or venting. These are the same changes that were proposed by NMOGA previously, and that the commission did not accept. And in order to, for all of the reasons we described during the discussion in part 27, and with the effort to align the rules, the vent or venting definition should remain unchanged and mimic part 27.
Agreed.
Also agree.
All right, 1915, 28.8. No changes by either parties. I'm trying to see if it mimics.
Yeah.
I think the change we want to do is to mimic what we did in part 27 and say the operator has a general duty to maximize the recovery of natural gas. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Maximize the gathering of natural gas by minimizing. So it should be by minimizing.
Okay. In 27, we've got that technically infeasible language. It looks like we didn't, we were going to circle back to, I believe Dr. Engler had a problem with that, if I recall correctly.
We weren't sure if we were going to change it yet. I don't want to go there yet.
Okay.
That's on the table. The only thing I would note, it says the operator should flare rather than vent natural gas when flaring is not technically feasible. It seems like we say it opposite in part 27. I don't know why it's not mimicking.
In all circumstances, the operator shall flare rather than vent natural gas, except when flaring is technically.
In one rule, it says technically infeasible, and one rule, it says not technically feasible.
That's
Saying
it's
it,
I read that as the same. It's just a different way of saying it.
I would prefer to mimic and say, keep what we have in 27 and just say is technically infeasible. I think we should keep this consistent as possible. Otherwise, I'm good with all those changes. They match with part 27, and these rules share the same intent.
Yes, I agree.
Dr. Engler?
Yes, it's good.
B, no changes from either of the other parties. Removing one aligns with what we did
I agree.
in the other rule.
And we discussed the reasons for that.
Yep. Um, here. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I mean, they're not technically, they're slightly different. Oh, this is going to align with a different section.
Yeah, so we're looking, the equivalent section is B.
I'm like, I know this language looks familiar.
in part 27.
Okay. Okay, so this would be equivalent to part D and B. So 1915-28, 8B will be most similar to 1915-27, 8D. We removed D1 in 27. D, and I think to align, we should remove one under B in 28.
Correct.
Same thing on now the new number 1, except the language that it should only say during emergency or malfunction for all of the reasons that were stated under part 27.
Commissioners Kessler and Engler, do you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. The next one's going to be different. This is going to be most similar to 4. D4.
Oh, yeah. It looks like it should be. So I agree that we should take out the word scheduled from subsection A for the reasons that we previously discussed. E, we accepted all of those changes. Unit,
Except we removed routed to a flare or control device because the thief hatch should be closed regardless of if it's on a tank with a control device or not. The other changes in there are good, and also in C and D, those changes align with part 27 and are approved.
You know, it's helpful if all the commissioners pipe in on those comments.
I agree.
Yeah, I just wait for the commissioner to be done. Yeah, they're all good.
Do we want to add in H from part 27? Normal operations of valves, flanges, or connectors that are not the result of inadequate equipment design or maintenance? Or does that apply here?
It does. Where is that one?
So in part 27, that's H.
Yes.
Four H.
Part
We need to
four.
add one that mimics that. Yep, perfect. And Namoga had the same comment here that we discussed on the fugitive emissions components in their original language. So the same discussion we had on part 27 very much applies here as well, and that is managed by this new H.
That's good.
Yes.
And then part L is critical, you know, as we talked about the oxygen issues, et cetera, they have to be able to purge their lines. And so for the same reasons as in part 27, that addition is necessary.
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
And I assume there's no objection to shifting the or from J to K.
That's good.
That's
That's
good.
necessary.
That's fine. All right.
Oh, see, in C here, we just had performance standards anyway. I thought we were gonna remove that in part 27.
What?
In part 27E, we're just gonna say performance standards, and that's what we have in part 28C.
It is what,
So in part 27, that was highlighted because that was something to circle back to.
oh yeah, we wanted it just to be called performance standards.
Yeah, I thought we did.
So be it.
There it is.
Yes,
Done.
that is correct.
An easy fix.
All right.
Funny that it was called that here. Well, I get, never mind. Okay, there's a changes. From Namoga on performance standards. I don't see any by Climate Alliance.
Yeah,
What?
well, he was under, under this performance standards 4AI, we changed that from visually inspecting externally to
Right, but do we
comprehensive
wanna,
external visual inspection.
shouldn't we address this big massive change from November first?
If Boga has one, we better. Where you at?
On C1?
I remember this discussion, this was,
It was the issue of like, by the time they're out of compliance, they're already out of compliance. And so what's the point?
right. What's the point of having a plan?
Yeah.
What's the Boga saying?
There shouldn't be a plan.
Yeah, basically.
Director, what are your thoughts?
I will, give me a second to do my. I guess I don't understand the entire concept of this, even with their testimony. Basically what they want to do is, they want to monitor their gas capture percentage. If they're not in compliance, then submit a plan. But the whole point of the plan is to ensure that they're not in compliance to begin with.
That they are always in compliance.
Yes, but they are always in compliance, and so I don't feel like their testimony was very compelling. It just sort of walked in circles of, well, but isn't the point of having the plan up front to make sure you're in compliance? Let's see. I also, they say there could be potential conflicts with other state, federal agencies governing cathodic protection, corrosion control, et cetera. I mean, I don't think so, because it says the division says the plan should include procedures to reduce leaks and releases. And then it gives examples. It doesn't require. It says such as routine maintenance, cathodic protection, corrosion control, liquids management, and integrity management. But those are just examples. It's a non-exclusive list. And so I don't think it ties you to requiring some sort of cathodic control pursuant to whatever. Okay, let me state it another way. If you have some cathodic control requirement from some other regulatory body, there's no reason why this would contradict that. That cathodic protection control program that is required by the other agency or whatever could very well help you meet these requirements. So I don't see how it would be in conflict, because it's a non-inclusive list or non-exclusive list, and doesn't govern how you do it. Now, if it said you have to do it pursuant to API standard, blah, 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 sure, there could potentially be a conflict there, but not the way the division's rule is written as proposed. So I wholly disagree with Nimoga's, most of the testimony in the statements here.
The OCC's rebuttal says, oh, that's not from the notice. So.
I remember a rebuttal statement on this.
Yeah, but I agree with what you just said, and I think there's adequate testimony from the division in the record to reflect the need and the compliance goals that this plan is trying to accomplish. So I would propose leaving in place OCD's language in C1 as well as subparts A, B, and C.
So I agree, OCD's rebuttal on this says Namoga argues that a plan, which in terms of a mitigation plan should be required only when the operator is out of compliance. This approach undermines the point of the operations plan, which is to identify and address potential leaks and releases and patterns of recurring equipment failures before they occur, not to fix them afterwards or to ensure compliance with the capture requirement. That's the point of the gas management plan. If the operator does not do the plan until after the release, the damage is already done and would be compounded because the plan wouldn't be done until weeks or months after the release. It does little good to plan after the event. Namoga witness Reinerman also argued that OCD does not have the capacity to review the plan. The assertion is patently false. OCD's engineering bureau routinely reviews projects as complicated as pipelines and compressors. Finally, to the extent that Namoga argues that OCC does not have the statutory authority to require an operations plan, this is not true. OCD has the authority to adopt the rules that are reasonably necessary to prevent waste, which is the point of the operations plan, and the requirement is not preempted by federal law because it is not safety related. I wholly agree with that.
Yes, I agree.
And therefore reject all of Namoga's changes in 1A and B.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so now, yes, Dr. Inger, let's look at ABO.
Lily, I agree with that.
Thank you. Sorry, I got ahead of you. Okay, let's look at the ABO. All right, so I think we want to make sure to mirror what we did. And so, Chris, in 4AI, it should just read comprehensive external visual inspection. Perfect. And there would not be a tier in this because there's not sort of the stripper wall.
No, but Namoga does propose in 4 to have the inspection be monthly rather than weekly.
And they also propose to have the same language about if there's another program by another department, then you don't have to do this. And for all of the reasons we spoke about in part 27 and did not include that, I think apply here.
Yes, I agree.
I agree.
And for the same reasons that we are not changing the frequency to monthly, as were stated in part 27, particularly because we're simplifying I, weekly seems appropriate and will mirror all of the reasons and actions we took in part 27.
Agreed.
Agreed.
5. This one I think is unique. No, maybe not. No, it is, I think.
Just to make sure I didn't miss anything, where was the weekly language you just discussed?
Namoga proposes to change it to weekly and
Oh,
4. It's not in the division's proposal. We're just saying we do not agree. I'm sorry, Namoga proposes to change it to monthly. We want it to continue to be weekly as proposed.
okay, perfect.
All right, 5.
Beginning with the division's proposal, I like that they added aerial visual inspections. I think that is a good method for performing monitoring.
But then wouldn't that almost necessitate removing the word instrument, because inherently aerial visual inspections may not utilize an instrument?
I believe that's correct. Namoga cites the transcript in explaining why the word instrument should be taken out and states the division did not dispute the need for this change. To see if there's something in rebuttal.
Just take the word instrument out.
Basically, yeah. Everything else is as is. And I agree with that. I mean, if you're going to include AVO, I mean, it says even an AVO technique or aerial visual inspections, both of those don't necessitate an instrument. And so it's almost contradictory.
The key is they want it to be monitored. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter which instrument.
I agree.
I agree.
So number 5 is accepted.
Excluding the word instrument, yes.
All right. And annual, so instrument.
Okay. I think we need to go back to that section. And we need to add, I think, the same 2 additions that we added in 27 about the facility construction to minimize waste, and operators have an obligation to minimize waste, and resolving emergencies. I think those both apply here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the,
Yeah.
Yes.
all right. Oops.
Ms. Orth, are there any wordsmithing concerns you have on these while we're here?
No, not on these. It was 9A mostly, which was the, accounting business.
Okay. All right. Great.
Commissioners, does this look good? I believe that's in line.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, and for all the reasons we stated previously in the discussion of part 27 would apply in the exact same way here.
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
So on to D. Nothing in D on climate advocates. Nothing in D for NAMOGA. Two, I agree particularly on number 2, because the division is allowing for verbal notifications. Initially, 12 hours is more appropriate than 24. And I think it is also important that there should be follow-up written confirmation of the verbal notification, including the date, time, person, telephone number for who the verbal notification was given. I think that allows them to react the quickest, make the phone call, work to solve the problem, and then do the documentation on the back end as needed.
Yes, I agree.
Yes, I agree.
All right, E. E, which will mimic F of 27.
And
Okay.
we adjusted the caption of that to measurement or estimation of vented or flared natural gases.
Agree with that for all the same reasons as before.
Okay.
Okay. And number 1, for the same reasons as before, the addition of or estimate is appropriate. Same with 3. And then the language in E5 here mirrors F5 in part 27, and so for all the reasons stated previously, that change should be accepted.
And just to be sure, it's E3, no commissioner has an objection to that.
No objection.
And are those non-objections based on the same premises from part 27?
That's correct.
That's
These are
correct.
identical.
Okay. F. So this would, I think, somewhat mimic G. And so the alignment of the title of 28F and 27G, I think, makes sense. And number 1, I think the title there, the same comment here about the bolding and the formatting thing.
I will take care of that, Madam Chair.
But other than the bolding, formatting, the small language changes, an emergency, a malfunction, and the comma, it's identical to the previous part 27, and for all of those reasons explained there should be allowed or accepted. Any objections?
No objection.
Okay, part
No objection.
F1A. This again mirrors what was done in part 27. And for all the reasons described in part 27G, 1A, it should be accepted.
Yes, I agree with that.
Which one you were, A? 1A?
F1A.
Yeah.
Okay, F1A1. We need to remove appropriate district office language here to align it. Otherwise, it mirrors part 27 and mirrors the change in part F1A.
I agree, so I think it's appropriate to make those changes.
Yeah, to I,
And I would say the same in 2,
to I,
F1A, 2I,
and 3I.
and 3I, just making sure to remove the appropriate district office language from here.
And then the, we're here, the climate advocates have a similar proposal for notifying the public for a major release. That's where we are, right?
Yes. I mean, I think we talked about this pretty extensively, and in part 27, and for all the same reasons here. You know, I think one, there would need to be a legal evaluation as to whether or not the OCD has the jurisdiction to do that, and pending that sort of legal analyses at a later date, the more appropriate place maybe in part 29 to make sure we don't have two rules with different requirements, and so that is not accepted at this time.
Agreed.
Agreed.
D would be a unique category to this rule. Let's see.
Should we go through B first?
Yeah, B4, I believe, needs some attention.
Wait, where are we? What B4?
Or so B is the operator shall provide and verify the accuracy of the following information, Form C-129. B4 has the same change as in part 27 related to compositional analysis of gas.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Page 5.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was on the wrong page, so that's problematic.
And I would agree with this proposed change from the division, which is the same as in part 27, which we discussed previously.
I agree.
Similar, well, I think D is where you had jumped to, right, Director?
Yeah.
I think we already talked about that part 27, and I would also agree with that change.
It aligns.
That's
Yes.
correct. Also good.
Okay, 2. So this would be what? E, no, F2. Okay, so we're gonna need to change the dates. All right, so it should read, for each natural gas gathering system at which venting or flaring occurred, the operator shall separately report the volume of vented natural gas and the volume of flared natural gas for each month in each category listed below. All of that is accepted and aligns with what is said in 27.
You know what, Director, I'm sorry to do this. Unfortunately, it looks like we missed several proposals from climate advocates.
Commissioner Kessler, can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I apologize for interrupting the director, but it looks like we missed several suggestions under section B, little b, from climate advocates.
Oh,
8 and 9.
You're
they
right.
Proposed,
we
7, 8, and 9 they had proposed adding or changing, so I just wanted to make sure we get those.
No, that's a good point. And these are identical to what was proposed in part 27. And we discussed that if we were to leave these in here, it would really sort of pigeonhole the division into these categories, when there could be potentially more that could be managed on a form development. So for all the reasons in part 27 that we discussed, they also apply here in part 28 F1B. All those changes from climate advocates should not be accepted.
I agree.
Okay.
Roman numeral 7, 8, 9.
Yes. All right, so now going to 2. So everything, Mr. Moander, up until the word, everything up until for each month in each category listed below, all of that it should be accepted. It aligns with part 27. All right. Now where it starts to change here, in order for us to align it with part 27, we need to update the dates. Let me know when you're ready.
I am ready, Madam Chair.
Okay, beginning October 1st, 2021, The operator shall gather data for quarterly reports in a format specified by the division and submit by February 15th, 2021 for the fourth quarter and May 15th, 2022 for the first quarter. And then it should say beginning April 2022. And then that should align the dates and the timelines with part 27 for all of the reasons we discussed in part 27 regarding effective date of the rule, timing, and data quality issues. So this aligns everything, and I think should be accepted.
I agree with what you just laid out, Director.
I agree.
All right, going to the list. And also just to say this, in part 2, NMOGA proposed unless otherwise approved by the division, but we did not accept that change in part 27, and I propose to not accept that change here because we're helping align the dates so that operators have time to get these systems in place, and so that provision is not needed.
That's correct.
Agree.
Okay. Going into the categories, all right, in 2B, we need to align that to have to say non-scheduled maintenance or malfunction, including abnormal operation of equipment. And that will align it with part 27. For all of the reasons discussed in part 27, that addition is important.
And just to clarify, we're changing the and to or because that's what's in 27.
Which and?
So 2B, non-scheduled
Yes.
maintenance. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Commissioners, do you agree?
Yes.
I do.
Okay, and then sort of going down, in this category would be G. The word uncontrolled should be removed from storage tanks and it should just read storage tanks.
Any objection?
Agree.
I agree.
That aligns it with part 27. And then I, on part 28, improperly closed or maintained fee patches on tanks, we should remove routed to a flare control device in order to align with part 27 for all of the reasons discussed already.
Agree.
Yes. It's consistent.
And then, okay, J, we need to make sure to align it with M in part 27. Are you ready, Mr. Molander? Oh, you're already ahead of me.
No, I'm doing the work here.
Oh,
Like,
well,
get
yeah,
ahead
I
of
was
you.
basically gonna say we should copy paste that.
All
Great.
right, give me. Okay. And that was J, right?
Jay, yeah.
J.
Okay.
Okay. All right, 3, in order to align with the divisions or with the proposed changes in 27, it should say publish on the division's website and operators. That will align with part 27 and give people a clear place to go. There are some proposals in 3A.
Is the rest of the language approved in 3?
Yes, it
Yes.
looks good.
All right, 3A. This language is in part, the addition. And you're saying, no, this is not the same, the language that's on this is not the same as here.
No, it's the same, concept where they're trying to,
Yeah, it's the same, Dr. Englert, it's on that additional.
Right, right, I know. Then they got it.
And I think this works.
This is the same.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that this simplifies it and makes it clearer, the proposed language that was in OC's additional changes and should be adopted.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, and then same thing with 8F3B. I think these do the same thing as what the changes in part 27 do.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. The concept that is the same, if not the.
Yeah.
physical, yeah.
That's correct.
And so that basically accomplishes, I think, what Namoga was trying to do as they tried to do in part 27. But this does it, I think, clearer. The divisions changes do it clearer, and should be adopted, and Namoga's proposal is not, for all of the same reasons that were in part 27.
I agree.
Okay.
All right, so now we're on 4, which is the same change that was in the division proposal. They moved that to a later section, and so that change aligns with part 27 and should be accepted.
I agree.
Right, yes.
All right, we made it to part 9. All right, Ms. Orth, is this the section you're concerned about the language? Oh, wait, hold on. Never mind. Give it a second. It's part 10 for this. Let's look at part 9 first. Location requirements, which is unique to this rule. Namoga does have a change in 2, I will just note. There are no changes by climate advocates. Actually, there are no more changes in the remainder of the rule by climate advocates. All right, that gets rid of 1. Okay, so location requirements. Let's look at 2. So we should change this language to no. I actually agree with Namoga's proposed here,
Yeah,
90
I
days
agree.
after the effective date of the rule. I don't think it's feasible to get this on the effective date of the rule. But you know, say the rule is effective on May 31st, they have 90 days to provide that, and I think that's completely reasonable. I think the way they say it, I like slightly better, Mr. Melander. I'll just read it to you. It says no later than 90 days after the effective date of this rule. Yeah, perfect. I think that's completely reasonable. It would be impossible for an operator to have it ready and submit it on the effective date of the rule.
Yeah, I agree. think that's a
I
good-
agree as well.
Okay? All right, let's look at C real quick, just because of the May 31st date. Well, this is maybe fine going forward, no later than May 31st of each year. Or-
The, NIMOGA proposes to strike this whole provision, just FYI.
They do? Oh, yes. They do. I actually think, I mean, Nemoga says in here, it is undisputed that the division can easily track or plot these events. From my technical knowledge of the OCD's IT systems, I think it is disputable that the OCD has potentially the ability to track and plot these events at ease. And I just don't agree with that statement.
So there's a provision, there's, in rebuttal to that, proposal to delete this provision, the OCD believes that prudent operators should be tracking these releases. Is that right, provision? Updated to. Yeah. Noble witness, Smitherman acknowledges the GIS layer would not duplicate 29 report. Seems to be a little bit
The
different.
other issue too here, right, was this is where like reporting under 50 MCF came. And under part 29, the de minimis is 50 MCF for gas releases. But there is no de minimis for venting amounts on C-115 reports. You should be, if you vented 1 MCF of gas that month, you should include that on your report. And so I don't think that I think this is important to make sure that all events are captured. They say that Nemoga says, Nemoga's, or the division's concerned about de minimis releases, which the division has long recognized as less than 50 MCF, does not warrant this additional administrative burden. Now, I would argue that if you have 500 releases of 25 MCF or 5,000, those can add up very quickly. And so I think that information is very important, and I think this provision is important.
I would agree with that for the reasons that you stated. I think that tracking these releases should be on the operators to be able to say where the releases are. I don't know why that is something that operators think the division should be doing. So I agree that this language is important and that there is sufficient testimony in the record to support why it's necessary.
Well, okay, for the sake of brevity, I agree, but I find it somewhat disappointing that because of the lack of the IT of a division, they're not capable of doing it, therefore someone else must do it for us. That's a pretty lame excuse, but I'll agree with that.
I mean, I would strongly disagree with that statement. And I believe that
just said
OCD also said something, I'd have to find Mr. Powell's testimony or rebuttal here. But it was also going to be very hard to tie releases to potential locations, yes, and like to something meaningful, and that may be information that the division doesn't currently have, nor can they accurately do. However, that is something that the operator can accurately do. And so I don't think it's purely an IT capability aspect of it.
So if you requested location data, then you could do it if you had IT capable of it?
Not just location data. I think the OCD already gets location data, but it has to be tied to a facility. And some of that information may not already be had.
Well, again, I accept the change as is. Again, on the record, I put what I stated was about what I thought.
Okay, well, well, I guess my question would be, we had an issue like this previously. Should we do a vote just for?
Well, I'm not against this. I told you, I agree with the change.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't hear a conflict.
No.
Okay.
So I'm not clear what the change is. To
It's no
subsection C.
change in C. Basically, NAMOGA proposes to eliminate C.
Oh, okay. And then secondly, May 31st of each year, there's a potential that this rule isn't in effect before then. And even if it is, I'm not sure it's the intent of the division to put that type of tight deadline on a producer.
I think this is an update, right? This is an update. They've already filed their initial one, the 90 days after the effective rule. This is a going forward provision.
Yeah.
And I would say that it might be more appropriate to say July 1st, no later than July 1st of each year.
I mean, do we have any other reason for that other than?
I think just to align it with the potential effective date of the rule for the first year capture, a full year's worth of data. Probably July 1st is going to be a more accurate representation of that than May 31st might be.
Any objections to that amendment?
No, it's good.
Commissioner Kessler?
Right. I agree.
D. I think there was a very similar provision like this, and in part 27, and I think this mirrors language. It's the confidentiality.
Yes, I agree. With the changes that the division has made to subparagraph C, basically just if confidentiality is appropriate pursuant to the statutes, then it's available for this layer.
Okay.
I agree.
I agree. All right. Ms. Worth, I feel like this is where you have the concern.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So if we're going back to, so it was 10A, and I trust that the commission would be referring to 9A in part 27. And I looked back at the language in 9A in part 27. And do you see the sentence that says in each calendar year between January 1st, 2022 and December 31st, 2021?
Yes.
And then you head toward the language that was added there as part of your discussion. When you look at the parenthetical 2021 baseline, I'm not sure that that's a good reference there because of course you extended the baseline period into 2022 just for timing. So I'm wondering if we could just delete the reference to 2021. I mean, we know we're talking about their baseline loss rate.
That makes complete sense to me.
Yeah.
Okay, and then one more change. After the end of that sentence that says divided by 5, I believe we could both shorten and clarify your intent there by simply replacing what's there with these words. except that for 2022 only, an operator's annual percentage of natural gas captured shall not be less than 75%. And I don't think you'd really need any of that, the reference to 2023 and after, because it's obviously already mentioned up above. With the reference to January 2022 and December 2026. You just don't need that.
I mean, I guess I think we were concerned about it like rolling into next year's, but you don't feel like there is that problem?
I don't think so. I think it's redundant, I guess. And Chris, if you would put the word only after 2022. An operator's annual percentage of captured shall not be less than 70. I would say shall not be less than 75%, just because we use the shall language instead of must, and just to be consistent there.
I mean, that seems a lot cleaner to me. I think it meets the original intent.
And just add, okay, on the new, at the very end, no less than 75% of their annual natural gas capture percentage, right? Don't you need a reference to what that 75% goes to?
Well,
No,
the parenthetical there, if you wanted to add a parenthetical, would be, 2022 baseline loss rate minus the 2% divided by 5 times 75%.
No, I'll take that back. I've got it. I was missing something there. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
I got it.
All right. And Chris, if you would, sorry, just change.
It is cleaner.
It is a lot
Yeah,
cleaner.
Yeah, okay. I'm good with it.
Let's see, must to shall not be less than, please. Okay. Thanks.
I think that's a great change.
It was bugging me. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That's good.
And so that's good. I like that change, and so we should make that in 1915-27-9. It still meets the commission's intent, yet it is much cleaner and clearer to operators. We good on? Are we good on section A?
I think we got to address the January date that should be April 1st.
Yeah, we need to change all of the dates in here. But I'm just looking, and I think you could probably copy paste directly from 1915-27-9A, the new language, into 1915-28-10. I don't see any difference. Other than
There's an administrative code citation in here.
okay, well, other than that, I don't see any difference. Do any of the other commissioners? That just might be easier than you having to redo the whole thing.
Let me take one more look. All right, I believe this is formed almost. Now I just need to stick this in. All right, I think we're there.
In that parentheses right before that, the 2021 needs to be deleted. She says 2021 baseline loss rate.
Oh, yes,
So the 2021 needs to go.
there we go.
There you go.
All right.
Victory. No, I thank you, Ms. Orth. I think that was a great change.
Yeah.
And there were no edits by Namoga to that particular section. Are there any more? Oh, 10B under accounting, but we're not there yet, has an additional change from Mr. Ames.
Hold on one second, Madam Chair. A3.
Yes, we haven't done that one yet.
Okay.
Okay, and these I think are important because this is how everything's gonna roll up. I think it's here. Mr. Kraft, this is, I think, the parent company issues. And I think this is critical that we get this right. Because it is common practice for there to be 1 million MLPs in the midstream world, and I guess I would have concerns with it being reported under each individual MLP and not rolling up to the parent company, particularly because of some of these other ancillary requirements that I think would get tied into this too, such as reporting your pipeline map. Now, if we've got 15 different segments of the entire gathering system that are owned by different operators, I mean, we can piecemeal it together, but I think it's going to be a much better product if it's reported by that parent company. That's just my statement up front.
So is that for 3 or for 4? Which one?
I think that's 4.
Yeah. So 3 is
3 is the acquisition thing that is similar, and so I think we need to add or sale in order to mirror in order to mirror 27.9A3. So it should have or sale at the back end too.
Okay, I think that's good.
Now, second to last sentence. Actually, we missed one of the acquisitions or sales in part 27, now that we're looking at this. In part 27, once you finish this, if you wanna.
I'm gonna read that, but yeah. Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay,
There should be 3.
that's good.
Look at us, finding problems. Crushing it.
That's good. So then you're going back to your item 4 then.
Yes, item 4, I think it is critical that operators that are affiliated shall consolidate their natural gas reporting and compliance obligations. I think it's already common practice under the greenhouse gas reporting. I do not think it is a stretch, and I think the data quality that OCD would receive could be very different depending on this provision. And I know that I think it was Mr. Powell or Mr. Bullander that talked about it in their rebuttal. Mr. Croft talked about it originally.
Mr. Powell.
Was there any objection to that? To this number 4?
I mean, Namoga thinks that it should be may instead of shall. They want the option.
Oh, let's keep shall.
I think shall is very important.
I agree.
I mean, the data, I think there would be extreme data quality issues and it would be very hard to comprehensively evaluate compliance across a company.
Well, I think the difficult is May, you would have to get some who did, some who didn't.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
how it works.
That's inconsistent. No, this is good.
Alright, B, we're in 10B, accounting. And this provision, similar to what OCD did in 9B, they have an additional proposed change, and this language, again, very similarly really cleans up the whole section.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the same. It's just much cleaner than what's there now.
We changed, is this one where we changed it to the, yeah, the 28th? Okay.
Yes, and we need to change the date to February 28th in order to align for all the reasons stated earlier. All right. So we're good, and the, just to be clear, the accounting changes and the additional changes from OCD. I think sort of clean up Namoga's proposals, which we did not accept in part 27. But the changes that OCD made in the additional pieces, I think clean that up.
Agreed.
So we're not approving Namoga changes.
And the OCD changes for B1 and B2 are accepted.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
talk together.
All right, so then we go to the alarm provision. Which would match up with B3, 4, no.
Madam Chair, this is my second and final interruption here, sorry. Chris just had it up on the screen. Yeah, that one. If we could just change that away from passive voice and just say, OCD shall publish a list of approved alarm technologies on the division's website. Great.
Feel free to interrupt. Any way to clean up the language with a fresh eye while still meeting the intent is much appreciated.
Thanks.
Yeah, lawyers get neurotic with passive voice. Even, thank you for pointing that out, Ms. Worth.
And again, sort of for the same reasons previously, the same change was made in part 27 and is important to be consistent here for all the same reasons as previously described. And the change necessitate or kind of catalyzed by Ms. Orth here is a good change. It's the same intent, it just cleans up the language.
So shall be published should be removed, right?
Oh, yeah.
On both.
On the division's website.
All right. So I just want to note that Namoga again here proposes to do once in order to sort of meet the bar of alarm and getting the credits. The division we wanted to retain twice And that was retained in part 27, and for all of those reasons should be retained here. And the NEMOGA proposal not accepted.
I agree.
I will
Yes.
also note that's the last NEMOGA change here. Okay. And let's see, in B, that change I believe was also accepted previously in the alarm. Let's see. Yes, that language mimics part 27 and should be accepted in B to say the following field verification piece.
You're at 3B, okay?
Yeah, it's no longer 3, I think it's 1. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
And
yeah.
then
Okay.
D that was struck was also struck in part 27 for all of those same reasons. It should be struck here and accepted.
Yes.
Agree.
Again.
All right, C. Moving on to C, which is third, well, let's make sure, which is third party verification.
Okay. Big C,
Big C,
capital C.
capital C. I believe that this aligns with part 27 to the word. And therefore should be approved.
A reminder, this is just moved from a different section and then adds detail on the procedure where the operator and the division don't have agreement. And we outlined the reasons that we supported that provision for part 27, so it stands equally for this provision.
That's correct.
Okay. Maybe just, this is a question. So what other parts do we have to review?
Let's see.
Is it part 7?
Yes, I believe that's right. Part 7 and part 18.
And 19.
Do you have those
Yeah.
changes you could put up?
I do not have those. These are the big items that I do. I mean, these were the two that
These
were
were-
the big important items.
We're back with
Um,
OCC.
If you look back at the application filed by the division on October 15th, which can be found on the imaging web page for 21528, if you could pull it up
Yes.
then.
Those will be in PDF, but they'll do the trick. So give me just a moment.
They're simple.
Does Mr. Ames have the Word document? It may not matter for this.
I don't believe he.
I
sent
haven't
those.
seen Word, but there was no one who proposed language changes at all to them.
They're all.
Okay, then the PDF may be adequate.
Madam Chair, I just forwarded the application to Chris and Felicia.
All right, I'm going to stop sharing here and stop downloading so I can pull that together real quick.
No problem. Should we take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Chris, are you there? Chris?
Hey, it's Chris.
Hey, Chris, I just forwarded the application to you. I think what I sent should have the draft proposed changes to 7, 18, and 19 attached. I'm not sure. I just pulled it and sent it as quick as I could. So, let's take a look. No, it doesn't. Let me try again.
Hey, Eric, I can still hear you.
I know.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Okay. Chris, you there? Chris, I just sent you 7/18/19.
This is Irene. I'm going to be just a couple of minutes longer so I can let my dog out.
Go ahead, Irene. I'll let Adrian know if she comes back.
Thank you. I'm all good, Felicia. Thanks. I'm back.
Great.
Thank you.
Miss you.
I know, we have to do the big party days, right?
Exactly.
All right, do we have the docs?
I believe so. These are going to be in PDF, so they're going to be a little rough looking.
That's okay.
That'll be good.
You guys won't mind me marking them all up and maybe even scrolling on them.
Okay. So what the mark through is the changes?
Yes. So let's, which one do we want to start with? Because we've got 7, 9, does it 18 and 19, I believe?
I don't know if it makes a ton of difference.
All right. Well, let's just start with 7 then, since it's the small number, or the earlier portion section.
I don't know. I don't believe there was any testimony on this, other than maybe to say that changes were just to align with the updated rule. Okay, so Mr. Moiner, we're going off of your document, so when you're
Oh,
scrolling,
sorry.
we can't do anything.
So having looked through this, as far as I can tell, this is almost exclusively renaming, renumbering, and then providing citations to other rules pretty generally. And pardon me, but I am going to scroll down here because I want to double check one item. Okay, and just when the citations are added in here, they're not pinpoint cites. So that means unless we fully changed the entire rule or moved it, which didn't happen, that shouldn't be a problem.
Okay. Well, let's start from the top then.
Do we need to go through this line by line since most of these changes are, as you mentioned, related to just correcting small language to update it to current verbiage?
I don't think so, but what I would suggest here is perhaps the commissioners take a minute, and I mean, this is all, it's 6 pages. Maybe take a look at this. I'm going to look at it again too to see if there's anything substantive that does catch our eye. Otherwise, I think that this should be okay to be approved and then ultimately voted on.
I just pulled it up on.
It occurs to me, do all the commissioners have a copy of this available?
Yeah, we're working on that right now.
Okay, okay.
They're in like 15 different spots.
So you want me to email?
Would you like me to email all 3?
Sure. Thank
All
you.
right, everyone close their eyes for a second. There we go, okay. Where'd that go? Look how tidy my desktop is, everybody. All right. Those are just sent to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Moiner, why don't we start with 19 and we're gonna do one by one.
Okay.
So let's pull up 19. It's pretty minimal.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to mention here that it was Brandon Powell for the division who explained the proposed changes in parts 17, 18, and 19 as part of his direct.
Got it, thank you. Okay, so for 19, 15, 19, the proposed change, other than just the title of the division up top, or commission, which is approved, and all the little annotations I think should be approved. The main change here is 19, 15, 19, 10, which basically is now outdated and antiquated and no longer necessary because of the changes that are made in 19, 15, 27, and therefore the removal is appropriate and should be accepted.
I agree with that also for the reasons that Mr. Powell stated in the morning.
I agree.
No changes.
Okay,
Okay, 18. Again, you know, there's a change with the issuing agency, the removal of NMSA 1978. I mean, those are the replacement of that. Those are non-substantive changes. And there are a couple other changes in here to conform formatting where 25% is written out and things like that. Those are all non-substantive changes and should be approved. 19, 15, 18, 11, and 19, 15, 18, 12 have been made obsolete by 19, 15, 18, I'm sorry, 19, 15, 27, and are therefore no longer necessary and should be removed as is proposed by the division and was represented by Mr. Powell's testimony.
I agree with what the director just outlined and support those changes.
Yeah, for 19, 15, 18, correct.
Okay, 19, 15, 7. Again, no issues with 19, 15, 7, 1. They're just changing the name. They're non-substantive changes. It looks like they did update just a couple minor pieces, like for example, in 19, 15, 7, 8D, they updated the term salt to produce. That seems like it's just cleaning up common language here and should be approved. Moving down from that, it's just a renumbering, and that will kind of align with the changes that are made. Let's come back to 57 and 58 in a minute. I don't have this slide yet. Okay. Up to the addition of Form C-147 and C-148 and 57 and 58. Commissioners, do you have any concerns with the renumbering, et cetera?
No, I don't.
No, I understand and agree with the changes that have been made.
Okay, 1915, 724B.
$24.
It's on page 3.
Okay,
This looks like they're just cleaning up the language and making it much clearer. An operator shall file Form C-115 using the division's web-based application on the 15th day of the second month following production. I have no changes with that language. I think it clarifies it and makes it easier to read.
Agree.
1915, 725, which was an addition. This is to align with the new rules and take into account the new form that is required to be filed, which is the C-115B. The operator is required to file in accordance with the new rules, 27 and 28. And it looks like that language basically mirrors the C-115 language above, and I support that change.
Yes, I agree with those changes and think that they are necessary to conform.
Agreed.
1915, 737. This was the previous C-129 form. And the form is still going to be utilized, but again, because of the changes in the rules, it is now taking a new format. It is no longer the exception to the no flare rule. It is now going to be used for the reporting of vented or flared natural gas. And so therefore, this new language aligns with the updated rule and gets rid of the language that is now outdated.
Agree.
Agree.
Just circling back up here, it looks like the division also just made a couple minor updates to their rules, adding in the new C-147 and C-148 in line 57 and 58 of 1915-7 8D. And so it looks like they just did a little bit of additional cleanup. I have no problem with that addition. While this rule was open, and I think should be approved.
Agree.
Very good, yes.
And that concludes the additional changes. Okay,
Consistency.
yes, they all make things consistent throughout the rules and make sure that nothing is outdated. All right. So typically the process here is that, Mr. Moander, you will, take all of this information and draft a order, and we'll then circulate it to the commissioners for review and comment to make sure that there were no, sort of non-substantive issues that popped up, either citations, et cetera. That is the typical process here. Do you have any, or Ms. Orth maybe have any guidance on next steps for the commission?
For the hearing?
I mean,
Hearing?
for today, for going forward?
Okay, so for today, we're going to have to put a final vote on the record for the modifications of each of the 5 parts.
I don't believe so.
So we only voted on one item during the entirety here, a formal vote. And this will just be like, here's the way I'm going to do this. We've gone through and there's an acceptance sort of informally of the changes. There was only one vote concerning the one provision that Dr. Engler had a problem or did not like. So what I need to do is do an official vote that you accept the changes as discussed and deliberated in this hearing for all 5 parts. And then the order and drafting falls on my shoulders. We can discuss when to get the order and the final rule up for the final vote and approval. We don't have to set that at the moment. So that's really all we need to do. And then the rules have been modified. And Ms. Orth, am I mistaken on that? Or do you have thoughts?
Yeah, actually, so what I understand of administrative rulemakings is that it's important for the commission to take a vote. Let's just say, for example, that they would vote to adopt sections 7, 18, and 19 as proposed by the division, and vote to adopt sections 27 and 28 as changed, if you will, through the discussions that you've had during your deliberations. I think that comes today.
Okay.
But there's another important part of that, which is that you authorize Mr. Moander in his preparation of the final rule to conform the rule in ways that are non-substantive and that would, for example, authorize him to change numbering, lettering, know also that when the division goes to file these rules at Records and Archives, where you see the words effective date, that's probably going to be a date certain, because by the time it's filed, you'll know what that date is. again, non-substantive changes. But I would expressly reference those both for Mr. Molander and the division on the way to getting it published in the register. Then what you're doing at your next meeting, or whatever meeting it is adopting the statement of reasons that support what you've adopted. But that's a different meeting because that obviously is going to take some time to prepare.
Okay.
So with that in mind, would the commission like to proceed to voting on the rules as deliberated and amended?
Yes, I would propose first, I would make a motion to adopt the three rules that we just discussed, which were 19, 15, 7, where are they?
18 and 19.
18 and 19. Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Molander.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Manager, would you please do a roll call vote?
Commissioner Kessler,
Approved.
Commissioner Engler,
Approved.
and Madam Chair.
Approved.
Excellent.
Secondly, I would move to adopt the two rules that have been discussed and deliberated on the past 2 days. That would be 19, 15, 27, and 19, 15, 28, as deliberated on, significantly amended, and as captured by Mr. Molander through deliberation.
Is there a second?
I second.
Mr. Manager, would you please do a roll call vote?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Kessler,
Approved.
Commissioner Engler,
Approved.
and Madam Chair.
Approved.
I would make an additional motion to allow Mr. Molander to make changes to the rule that are non-substantive in order to conform numbering, in order to provide an effective date if necessary, and to put together other scrivener errors that may arise as he is preparing a final draft.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Manager, would you please do a roll call vote?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Kessler,
Approved.
Commissioner Engler,
Approved.
and Madam Chair.
Approved. All of the motions passed unanimously.
Congratulations.
Oh, go ahead.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I have to ask this, but I think we do need to set a date to discuss the final order. Our next scheduled hearing is it's on the 25th, which is far too soon. Our next following is the 25th of March. Mr. Molander, does that seem like a reasonable date to get everything prepared and circulated through the commissioners?
That, I think it's doable. If I run into an obstacle, I'll be in contact with you. But my goal would be to get it circulated 5 to 7 days before the meeting so everyone can do a deep dive. But I think that's achievable.
Okay. I would encourage it as soon as possible. Understanding that the large task that this is. But I do want to be able to provide the public with certainty as to when this final order may be voted on. And so we will direct Commission Clerk Lorraine Davidson to put this on the agenda for March 25th.
Excellent.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. It's been
Real.
It's been real.
And thank you all. I appreciate everybody's effort, especially the parties. It doesn't get done without you.
Meeting adjourned.
Yes, and with that, everyone, it is 5:08 on the 12th, and this meeting is adjourned. Have a lovely evening, everybody.
Hooray!
Thank you.